Traders pair ECB easing bets, seeing fewer than 150 basis points by the end of next year.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
So 1 minute now until we get the US cash equity open and the market on open imbalance. Ten seconds. So we're looking now to the market on open imbalance. The S&P 500, a buy side 45 million. Nasdaq 100, a buy side of 40 million. Dow 30, a sell side of 40 million. Mag 7 stocks, a buy side of 45 million. And Nasdaq hits an intraday record high, up 0.1% at the open. A cable climbing spot 5%, highest since November 13th. That's the pound dollar. Mexico's president says, I hope to have an agreement with the Trump administration for them to send deported migrants back to their countries of origin. German Finance Minister Kuki says additional budget for 2024 is less needed.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Are these spread between French and in 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, we get the Canadian IV PMI. Prior read was 52.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
1 minute remaining. Seconds. 10 seconds. Still waiting. The S&P 500 hits an intraday record high. According to an Oxoda poll, 59% of French voters want Macron to resign.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
German Finance Minister Kuki says the decision on whether Germany takes the 4 or 7 year debt reduction path will be for the next government to make.
Russia's Novak says OPEC Plus underscores high compliance with production quotas.
Russia's Deputy PM Novak says OPEC Plus decided to prolong output cuts not to destabilize the markets.
Russia's Novak says we expect oil demand to rise by 1 million barrels per day next year.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro, now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
In 10 minutes' time now, at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we see the release of the EIA's weekly natural gas change. Forecast sees a draw of 36 BCF on the prior draw of just 2 BCF. So that's Russia's Deputy PM Novak says the delay in OPEC Plus output hike due to seasonal factors. Russia's Deputy PM Novak says 2024 global oil demand growth seen at 1.4 million barrels per day. It's been 5 minutes time now at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We see the release of the weekly EIA natural gas change. Forecast is a draw of 36 BCF on the prior draw of 2 BCF.
We'll find out here if this is the roll or not. I'm not quite sure if this is it yet. I think it's a little bit too early for the roll, but in the daytime, I think we continue to go up into the close. It could be the top here. We kind of satisfied what we needed to. 608.20. I was looking for like 608.50, 608.52, somewhere in here. A little bit higher, but it's fairly fucking close. What could happen is that we grind in here, like ping pong, and then they roll us down. Be careful, though, that roll down does resolve to one more upside move. Don't get too bared up. It's like a roll down, and then we slam into that 6100 up here. Like the NFP unemployment, that kind of stuff should bring some doom into tomorrow morning. Did I just speak some Mandarin? Yeah, it's it's kind of it's kind of wonky here. Burn the pirate. Like we satisfied this upside move basically. I mean, this is 608 20 or 18 608.20. They're going to try to get it started early this morning, but I doubt that happens. I think they still grind it up a little bit more. Yeah, my thought is that today is going to be a grind. That's what I think it's going to be. Then they roll it down into tomorrow's data. But you saw this morning's data didn't really matter either, right? So I think it still resolves up into Friday. What really sucks here is what really does suck here is we could or not suck, but what could end up sucking here is that we trade sideways for like
1 minute remaining.
I'm not sure this exactly happens. We are in December, but they could like flat. They could give us like a flat correction, and then what they end up doing is they end up like mooning it for like 2 straight weeks, end of December. It's not guaranteed it happens like that. We could do it early. We could do it now and then sell down into the end of the month. But I think the thesis here is, as we've been saying, right? You like stick with the call spreads, get the exposure, and one way or another at the end of the month, this
10
shit's
seconds.
mooning. Can't leave the uppies behind.
Draw of 30 BCF, a draw
That's
of
the one
30
thing about like
BCF.
that's the one
higher
thing
than the
about this time of
expected
year
draw of
is
36 BCF.
I don't really know what to say about as an option seller, you can easily get run over this time of year. Early December, they can run it straight up early and you get blown out, or
Do you want to stay up to
we
date
just
with the
trade
latest and
sideways
be on
for
the
like a
bleeding
week,
edge of news for
and then it
non-farm
becomes like
payrolls?
that
Then
relentless
sign up
melt up
today
in
and
the end
get
of the
our
month.
special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price
It's
of
kind of
1
wthis
month
spreads
at
around this time
92%.
of year because December can be volatile.
We have posted out the weekly EIA natural gas change report on the feed for those interested.
There you go, testing up the pivot point here. Look at Tesla. Tesla just cranking this morning. Nice rotation into Tesla. Here's your local support on SPX Gamma. Turn all this on for you so you can see it. Sorry, my throat's really bad this morning. My throat is like completely blown the fuck out from speaking all week. Dude, IWM coming back down again. Man, I want to rotate into IWM. I think I might be buying some of this here this morning. I might long some IWM soon here. They just don't want that going up, do they? DIA rolling down too. HYG looking kind of bearish here. Yeah, we might be going. This might have satisfied it. This might have hit it. Let's call that done. TLT. This might be a nice rotation trade too, TLT. We're trying to sell gold down. Bitcoin's still pumping. Tesla looks great right now. Tesla just was weird, or not weird, but like Tesla, they were trying to pin it so it wouldn't print. But this could print into Friday. They've been pinning this price all week. Vixpiration, we'll talk about that. We'll talk to VolWiz about it because there's some really cool Vix or there's some really cool DivX trades that come up around a quarterly OPEX. There's like 2 or 3 trades into that Vixpiration date. God, if we do like that flat sideways, like if we do this like flat sideways for the next week, oh, it's like an option seller's dream. So they go on parade for like a week, and they're just like they're all bragging. You're just like, oh God, I gotta listen to the smartest guy in the room for the next fucking 5 sessions. How are we feeling? I'm feeling better this morning. Family is still sick. I feel better, but my throat is really like now it's like just worn out. But I'm feeling much better right now. Like, how do I feel? Physically, I feel good. The only thing that's hurting right now is my throat. That's it. I'm just feeling like super dry, and like I've been talking too much while being sick. But other than that, I'm feeling better. I gotta cross my fingers on that shit too because I felt like that on Tuesday. Monday I felt like that. And on Tuesday I felt like real shit. The Q's is holding up fine here too. I mean, look what you have to kind of get through here. So look at Q's right here. It's just like a wall of support. And you got the 1, the 4, 4, 1, 4, 4. Your daily to close the gap is down here. So you can see like this is Q's. You could just see this like straight grind, and maybe they can swoop down here into next week. This is what I would assume option sellers want to see. Then the window opens up to the upside later into the month. I mean, there's like 3 ways this can happen here. We can break above, come back down into OPEX, or they just like grind us, and then the next week you sweep lower, and then you come up. If they do this one, this is the most typical one that they'll do, but it still resolves like straight vertical into the end of the month. Now it is end of year, so this is the one. If there was one time of the year where an option seller can get blown out historically, it's this month. Although statistically it's end of month or mid to end of month, but I would not, like, as an option seller, I would not be trusting that history. This shit can melt straight up, like right straight up into the end of the month, straight up through January, February, and just blow out all your expectations. Yeah, can't I hear those registers ring? Yeah, I wouldn't be looking for puts here. It's hard to like. I don't know. I guess you could if you could be looking for puts here if you wanted to, but the risk here is all on as a seller, not as a buyer. If from my perspective at least, if you can get it down, you're trying to buy to go up. The risk is always to the upside in December or in a melt up in December. I don't see like the downside risk, or I don't see the downside risk to what some people want to see it go to. Yeah, I don't see it. The only thing that I could see would be, if you can get it down here and buy it. They're going to buy it all. They're going to buy that. They're going to buy this. They're going to buy all this down here. Anything you can get down here, they're going to buy it like rabid dogs. 604, 601. Just getting caught in that. I wouldn't want to get caught in that. But, features that I guess sell side. If you're sell side and you do better on sell side, I get it. Closing the gap right now from Wednesday at closing this gap right here, right now. See how they just come like this, don't give a fuck. Down there. Your next path is to this one right here. 604 would be the target. 602 was the target yesterday, but that high close, this high close kind of did away with 602. But shit, you send it 602 or 601, I'll take that shit all day long. All right, back with the guys just a bit.
So we're seeing the US to sell $58 billion in 3-year notes on December 10th, settling on December 16th. US also selling $39 billion in reopened 10-year notes December 11th, settling on December 16th. US selling $22 billion in a reopened 30-year bond sale December 12th. So that was the US to sell $22 billion in a reopened 30-year bond sale December 12th, settling on December 16th. Shorter maturities now, the US selling $72 billion in 6-month bills on December 9th, settling on December 12th, and $81 billion in 3-month bills on December 9th, settling on December 12th.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Fed bids for 4-week bills total $277.7 million.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
So in 10 minutes time now at the bottom of the hour, we do see the US selling $85 billion in 4-week bills. The prior high yield was 4.55%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.81. Also, keep in mind at the bottom of the hour, we're expecting possible comments from Fed's Barkin as well. Some calendars have him slated to speak at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time, while others have him slated for 11:30. That's at the bottom of the hour, as we'll be keeping out for possible comments from Barkin again in just under 10 minutes' time now. In 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we see the US selling $85 billion in 4-week bills. The prior high yield was 4.55%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.81. Keep in mind at the bottom of the hour, also expecting possible comments from Fed's Barkin, who's going to be speaking at the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance 2024 Economic Outlook event. With regards to Fed's Barkin, no text or Q&A or live stream is expected for this event. He's also expected to repeat remarks that he has made previously as well. But nonetheless, just keep in mind that it is also expected to either be at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time or 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time, depending on the source. Shortly expecting the results of the 4-week bill auction, as well as possible comments from Fed's Barkin.
Apologies, a bit of a mic issue there. So the 4-week bill high yield 4.4%, 4.4% bid cover ratio 2.74, 2.74. So the US sells $85 billion in 4-week bills and awards 77.28% of bids at high.
Let's take a look. Ah. I'm doing my taxes right now. Gross. Ugh. So let's take that off for a minute. Okay. So kind of garbage, right? Let's go to the trigger screen really quick. You know what really kind of like didn't quite upset me, but I pushed this back here, but I wanted to reject this R1 up here. This morning I'm like, yeah, I guess we kind of got it right there at 608.14, kind of satisfies it, but this is still behaviorally garbage. And there's some intent behind this too. Like there's a reason we're doing this. We're kind of like we're pinned into this, that we're kind of we have like a magnet here at 6,100. Hang tight here. So we were at 150 million yesterday on 6,100. This is such a ridiculous gamma bar. It's only grown bigger too. I'm looking at it right now in the background, another screener, and it's more ridiculous today. No, I don't need that. Hold on here. Stop that from moving. It's like it's even more ridiculous today. It's actually grown, I think. Oh no, it's gone down a little bit. Okay, that's actually good. So some people are closing their calls. That's good to see. So people are monetizing and they're rolling their calls higher, which is very good. Or at least if you're a bull, it's very good. Let me take a look over here. 6,200 is now growing larger. That's good to see too. So this wall is breaking. Believe it or not. I know you're going to be shocked, but it is. This wall is actually opening right now. That's slightly less resistant as it was yesterday, which it should be. So it's kind of hard to like. What should happen here is we traded up into this yesterday. Let me make this a little bit smaller. We traded up into this wall yesterday, and we did it again on the open. And we should continue to do this stuff and come down and slam up and come down and slam up. Theoretically, as we get closer to the middle of the month, we'll break through and up. Now, we can do that right now. I'll be honest with you. We can literally, like, the real risk here is not to the buyer, it's to the seller. So they can do this right now, or they can do this on the 15th over here, or 20th into OpEx. They can just grind us in here, but then slip us up later. They can do it early, later. I showed you on a brief that they can do this much earlier, right? Like we can rock and roll all the way up to 615 and then fade into OpEx, or they grind us sideways and then we slam up into OpEx. But the point is this: the risk is not to the or not to the buyer; it's to the seller. Be aware of that. So, if anything, you're just looking for any kind of dip you can get. If there's any way to get down here to catch a dip, you buy it, and you're going to expect that support here too. You're going to expect buyers to step in at every turn, and they're doing it even right now. So. And there's a lot of rotation going on. XLF looks great this morning. Tesla looks great this morning. The focus, if you wanted some focus, if you don't want to watch the paint dry, I would say focus on individual sub indexes like XLF, XLK, stuff like that, or individual issues, and maybe not SPY. And especially if you have like a bear thesis or something, you can, if you open up a heat map today, just go open up any of the heat maps, Trading View, wherever else you look at them. You can just see the rotation going on in the market. There's no like risk off in the market right now or anything like that. It's more of a waiting game. It's more of murdering option chains, mechanical type trading. So at any rate, I'm not really bearish here at all, but there's not much to talk about either. You can see that they're stepping right in, right? They bought this right here. They're buying this again right here, and even just looking at the chart here, right? You've got a 1 hour, 4 hour. You got a 4 hour down here. You got a daily or a daily bar down here, or you got one at a 4 hour right here at 6:04. You got another one down here at 6:02. There's just a lot of demand for upside exposure, and unless we get rid of some of that, it's more of a waiting game to break up and out and away, right, to the upside. And I can't tell you if it's going to be this week or if it's going to be the 20th that we make the breakout. All I can say is, on any perceived weakness, you get long with spreads. It's fairly simple. And what's terrible about these holiday rallies is you're literally just it's a big waiting game, right? You make the move up, they send you quickly down, grind, a little more dip down, and like this whole thing right here. And then all of a sudden it's okay, time to take off, we're running. Makes sense? And then it's like blast off time. And we're all snorting cocaine. We're all like, yeah, woo, we're going up. And then all of a sudden we're, okay, hold on, we're going to take a breather here. Move. Okay, breather time. What do you do in this situation? You just kind of like wait. It's more of a waiting game, trying to find a decent place to buy. You can literally buy the shittiest spot here and you're still making money. You get what I'm saying? So it really doesn't matter where your entry is. It's just a matter of waiting for the next pump to the upside. Is there any risk, like real true downside risk? I think even asking for this is a lot. And the only reason I've got us even going, yesterday we had a chance to get like 601, 602. They blew that shit out yesterday with this move right here. And even this one here, you could theoretically say, yep, that's about as deep as we're going to go. So tomorrow's, like I said, earlier in the week, I said bears have pretty much 3 or 4 days Let me see if we can bring this up here. Like the bear case has like one. Like here we go. We got like what do we got here? Hold on a second here. Give me one quick second. We got NFP tomorrow, unemployment rate tomorrow. Some of I was just reading jobs a little bit ago. A jobs report. It's soft, but the wages are going up. Maybe you get a little bit of doom. You know, they blew off this morning's report too. They've been blowing off all our data. The data is not isn't showing any velocity. So there's no like really bad data. So maybe you get that. Maybe you get a little bit of bad press tomorrow morning. We can squeeze it down. When I look at this, my only thought in this at all is like, is this me just being greedy, or are we really going that low tomorrow? You know, I'm sure there's some bears out there that want to see that big dip, but I would gander that it's more bulls going, oh God, just let me buy that down there, than it is like a doom sell down there. Yeah, I don't say here. It's hard end of year because it's end of year often if it's a bullish end of year, it's often a lot of like sitting around, not shit going on, and then we move higher. A lot of sitting around, not much going on, then you grind higher. Any of you that have traded holiday melt-ups, you know, they'll grind us, and then they'll literally like we'll like just we'll melt up like Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve, and put a bunch of points on the board, and you're just like glued to the screens and nothing really is happening. Tesla looks great this morning, by the way. Tesla had a great morning. They pumped up really nicely here. They had a high of 375.43. So here's a prime example of focusing on single issues. We went over Tesla earlier in the week, and I was trying to describe to you how they're going to try to slam this stuff up, right? Like slam, 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 and take out these highs. As a matter of fact, Tesla should continue higher and take out this 379.90. They should take out like 380 actually, and then take out 390, and then take out 400 for a major sell down the road. But I would just say rotate. If you see something like individual issues that are moving in the morning, jump right on that train, and in that rotation, there's no bearishness here. It's just rotating on single issues, getting paid on underlying that you own into the end of the year, and wait for the next pump to the upside. Yeah, Nvda did great yesterday too, right? So it's like this is all like an operation of window dressing, isn't it? It's just like, oh, what stock do I own that needs to get pumped up so I get paid on it into the end of the year? Meanwhile, the indexes will just kind of like fuck around until they squeeze to the next level. Scurvy? I wish I had scurvy. I drink my orange juice every morning. I feel better. So I have the flu, and I feel better. The only thing that's fucked up is my throat. My throat's super dry. It's worn out talking and having the flu. But I feel much better today. Like, I feel really good. Thanks for asking. I appreciate it, Poke. Yeah, I feel better. Like, I physically feel good today. The only thing I woke up with this morning is my throat hurts, but I think it's more from recovering from being sick. But I feel much better today. What else? I'm doing some tax work, which really pisses me off. Paying taxes fucking sucks. Even though I don't mind paying for a lot of you out there. Paying taxes still sucks. I hate it. Taxes fucking blow. Sorry. can't stand taxes. Does anybody like paying taxes? Is there anyone? I don't mind it. Like when I'm done with it, I don't feel bad. I feel good, like I did my job right. Okay, I paid taxes, but fuck, it sucks. So I'm like trying to get all my tax shit for the year. I have to itemize a lot of shit, and I've got property and all kinds of other crap, and taxes. I love you too, Poke. There's not much to say here. There really isn't. Like, can we trade today? A rejection of R1? Still, I guess it's possible. I mean, look at this. This is garbage, right? This is sideways. Ping pong, ping pong. You're probably going to hear range expansion or something like that. This is an option seller's wet dream. If it was me, you know, if I was trading today, I'm not trading today. I'm not like opening or closing any positions. But if I was going to open and close a position today, it would have been a fucking fly that expires today. It's a fucking no brainer. You just open a wide fly, let it ride all day long, close it out at the end of the day, make some extra money, make 10, 20%, 30% or something like that. Easy peasy trade. Yeah, I don't see any black swans here. We have to do a show at some point. We could do it today. It's a slow day. I could try to prepare for it today, but we have to do this this private stream, where we discuss risk next year. I want to put it into the review for next year, but I think it's better to discuss it than it is to write it. Just so that you could. The only reason I want to do this show is because there's no real concern, even if the market crashes. And that might sound crazy to you, but or if we have some recession risk next year, but
in 10 minutes time now
if
at the
you
top of the hour.
are
We expect
prepared
comments
for
from
a
Bank of England's
recession
Green.
and it doesn't happen, things are good. I could
That's
talk
Bank
to
of
you about it
England's
right
Green
now if you
speaking
want
on a
briefly,
panel
but
at the Financial Times Live Global Boardroom Conference.
we have some recession risks next year. Recessions can be very short-lived, or they can last a decent amount of time. And there's no guarantee. You can't call recessions. Some people say we're already in a recession because we've redefined what a recession is, which we have. I would say this. I want to do this video because if we do slip into a recession next year, or if things get crazy, unknowns with Trump or whatever, you want to be like, it's like I was checking the jobs today. Like wages have gone up. We have a soft labor market. It's still good to work extra while you can. Right now, it's still like a good thing to do in life. I've talked to you guys in the past about how I paid down a lot of my debt and started to live debt free. And it's not glam. It's just like selling options. It's not glamorous. It kind of sucks to do. It doesn't feel fun when you're doing it. It hurts to do it. Going through it is fucking brutal. On the other side of it, though, it really does provide relief that you don't always enjoy being there. It's a weird thing. It's not like going on a vacation where you're like, yeah, this is awesome, or buying a new car and you're like, this is amazing, get to drive it every day, and like the thrill, the dopamine rush from that kind of stuff. But it's noticeable in the background of your life. When you're Like I lived in the rat race for so many years. I had 2 kids, got a wife, 2 children, got mortgages, got credit cards, got debt everywhere, right? Good debt, bad debt, you name it, doesn't matter. And it's like constant rat race. Fear. Like, I don't know how many of you guys have mortgages out there, but when you have a mortgage, like it's like, oh my God, am I going to be able to pay my mortgage this month? Am I going to be able to pay my insurance this month? My taxes? Like, I can't get hurt, can't get sick, can't get laid off, can't none of that stuff, right? And it would keep me up at nighttime. I was under a lot of stress for a lot of years, and if we do go into a type of any kind of a recession, it's always a good plan to pay down your debt when you can. Have a nest egg of cash on hand in case you get laid off. And whenever we would go into prior recessions, that was always on my mind. Now, there's no guarantee. We can't time it. We can't guarantee it's going to happen. But if there's a risk of it, you should think about it before you ever get there, is my point. Have some money to pay bills for a few months. Have money for food, for things that, I don't think I've told you this before, but I save money, right? And without fail, we hit a whammy. Tree goes through the roof, or my wife crashes a fucking car into like a curb or some shit, and we have to get all the suspension done or whatever. And that's life, right? Wife says, like, I need 5,000, I need 10,000, I need 15,000. 1 year, dude, we didn't do the taxes right 1 year. I need 15 grand right now, and like those whammies are brutal. And they suck. They suck because you have to save the money for them, and that money never seems to like it never gets saved. There's like always something comes up every year or 2 or 3 that I have to put that money away. Like I save that money, and then we need to do this, or we need to do that, or the kids, both kids need braces. And what do you
In
do?
5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we expect comments from Bank of England's
I
Green.
think recessions are like that too. One of those things that you prepare for, even if whether they happen or don't. You hope that they don't happen, but if they do, you're prepared for them, so that you're trying to lessen the impact of those events. So. That's not true, man. Do you guys not realize the consumer is in great shape right now? Like, it's not right now. It's down the road. They're not worried about their grocery bills, John. I'm telling you. They're partying like rock stars right now. Now their pay has got. So you ready for this? Wages have gone up for the first time in 25 months. This week, that data came out. All this data from the Fed is disagreeing with that. They're saying that everybody's got money. So it's a good time, if you have money and the consumer is good, to pay down your debt, have a nest egg. Squirrels don't pay taxes. Oh, shit, Jimmy Barry's here. All that Fed data is garbage. It's all lies. You guys just don't want to pay $3 for a fucking rack of eggs. You got the $3 to pay it, though. Yeah, there's volume decline in the indexes. That usually means up, by the way, not down. Whenever I see volume decline, I think squeeze. Low volume squeezes. It's not so. All this data is readily available. I really would impress upon you to go check out Wolf Richter. He is probably the only guy that I trust right now that's not fucking spinning bullshit on FinTwit. He's pretty much the guy. So he's not just like throwing stuff out there. He's citing fucking facts. from the fucking Fed. I know that we all say the Fed's lying and they're fudging the numbers and that kind of stuff, but that's the data that we rely upon, right? So it's kind of like UFOs and UAPs, right? Do we live our lives around thinking, or do I go, well, I'm going to change my whole entire life because there may be aliens that'll blow us up tomorrow? Fuck no. You can't do that.
Surely expecting the Freddie
No,
Mac
no, they're
mortgage
not
rate
saying that.
statistics
Let's
for the
all right,
US.
hold on here. We're gonna stop all this bullshit. Seriously. You guys kill me sometimes. You get really gotta hang tight here. One quick second. He doesn't keep this stuff up, does he? He only keeps so many things up. I gotta go dig through and find it for you guys. He only keeps so many things up on his site. Hang tight here, I'll find it. Yeah, I think this is it right here. I think I've got it.
So US 30-year fixed rate mortgages 6.69% December the 5th week versus 6.81% in the prior week.
Hang tight here. Yeah, I would direct all of you to read this article I've got in front of me, and not only read this article but read the comment
Protect your
section
trades
because
from
Wolf
macro
goes
headline risk
into
with Financial Juice Pro. Now
how
only
much money
$99
people are
a
making
year
right
for
now.
our
It talks
real-time
about
service.
medical debt. Give me one quick second here. I'll post it up for you guys. So this is from Q3 data. We're getting Q4 data right now, but this is Q3 data. This is actual Fed data, not regurgitating bullshit from FinTwit. So there's the article right there. I want you to read that full article. Read it fully from the start to the end, and then go into the comments because Wolf goes into even more depth in the comment section with more data. And I check the data every fucking quarter. So there you go. There's your next one. There's one for you in Twitch. You should read this stuff because there's a real reason for this. I got to really talk about this. There's so much misinformation that it clouds why we're where we are in the markets, and it can really cost you a lot of money if you don't have the truth. This guy, I have no association with this guy, but this guy cites facts, and he shows you what's really going on. Why are we're trading fucking all-time highs? 607. We're not fucking trading 34 fucking hundred right now. And there's a reason for that. So, for a long time, I would regurgitate that stuff that you read about on like FinTwit in particular, and they're wrong. They're fucking wrong. They've always been fucking wrong, and that's what Wolf talks about. It's like constant garbage. It's just spewing garbage to sell a narrative, not even a thesis. It's just selling a narrative to get someone to fucking like your fucking posts, give fucking 300 upvotes and shit like that so they can suck each other off or themselves off on FinTwit or whatever the fuck it is they're doing it. Sell a newspaper, sell a magazine article, sell a fucking story on CNBS, Fox Business News or Bloomberg or whatever. The data does not support any of that. The U.S. consumer is more resilient than they've ever been. They're literally better off than they were in 2017, 18, or 19. Literally, you are literally in a better place today than you were before COVID. You know, you don't want to believe that, but you are. You literally are. And you have a better debt. You have better debt today than you ever have had ever in history. Today. I think that COVID money flow helped people. That Mary the landscaper, she did not fucking spend the money at the casino. I'm trying to tell you guys that for years now. You guys don't fucking believe me. I don't know why you don't believe me. I get that it feels good to complain, or maybe you have anecdotal evidence. But the vast majority of consumers, it's so fucking hilarious to me because the real truth is they just don't want to fucking spend the money. So it's like, well, eggs are too high. And you're like, okay, but are you making more money than you were making when eggs were $2? And they're like, well, yes. Why don't you talk about that? Well, I don't want to. I want to keep that extra money I'm making now, man. And in fact, they are making more than they were then in a ratio to what they're paying today. So they're still better off, too, even though they're complaining about paying extra for eggs. Now there is some risk. The risk is with commercial real estate, and businesses have bad debt. Companies. But with Trump winning, you guys know I'm a Democrat, right? With Trump winning, some of that risk is going away because of deregulation. M&A has become restrictions come off these companies. They can make more profit,
supply side
right?
of the UK economy is
They
weak.
don't have to. They don't have to be. They can pollute more. They can do an M&A now where they might not have been able to do that before. So that some of that risk is leaving, even in those things. That's how we get that. Like when they say the market can go up next year, that's why, because Trump
And
won.
Bank of England's Green says UK services inflation has remained stubbornly high, underpinned by wage
Shouldn't
growth.
Shouldn't I be like spewing that we're going to crash or something if I'm a Democrat? Telling you that goes against everything that I think as a Democrat, right? That's because I don't fucking drink the Kool-Aid. I'm a realist. I'm objective. You spent yours at the casino? Yeah, no, you might have. And you might not be well off. You personally might not be doing well. You might be in that bottom percentage of people that are not doing better than pre-COVID. But because you are doesn't mean that the other literally 70% are not doing better. No, they're just not saying anything, or they're bitching and whining and moaning, but not telling you the rest of the story. 40%, 40 fucking percent of
Bank of
homeowners
England's
do
Green
not
says
have a
wage
mortgage.
growth hasn't fallen as fast
That's
as I
shocking.
wanted.
That is fucking shocking.
says we cannot work out yet what direction US tariffs would push UK inflation.
It's like the highest rates of home ownership without a mortgage in fucking decades. Decades. But they don't tell you that. People aren't telling you that they don't have a mortgage. They're just bitching and whining. Everything costs too much. It's like my grandfather. Constantly whine, bitch, moan, bitch, moan, bitch, and moan. Everything's fine, though, right? When you get older, you have more time to bitch and moan. I know you want that story, but that story is not true. I know it sounds good to have that story, but it's not true. And likely when you hear people like Elon Musk, like Vivek, whatever his name is, and you hear like Trump, those guys probably fucking know how well off you are and why they're proposing to do some of the things they want to do. Because they actually know that you're complaining, but that you're better off and more resilient to implementing those policies. They don't tell you that, though. They're not going to say that publicly. They're not going to go out there and say, well, we're going to cut this and cut that, and we might risk ourselves going into a recession.
More persistent.
That's what Elon has said. But he's not going to tell you when he says that, oh, because we know you're better off than you've ever been. And you can probably resist that act. They're not going to say that to sell you this. They're going to tell you, yeah, you're right. Eggs are too high. You're right. You're struggling. You know what I'm saying? You have to be able to parse the truth from the bullshit. The market's going to go up because Trump is going to fucking spend. That's why. He's going to increase the deficit. That's why the market's going to continue to go up too. You can say whatever you fucking want. I'm telling you what the fuck is the truth. I've been right every goddamn year. I haven't been wrong yet. So, bullshit. If you don't believe me, right? Wolf Richter does shows on YouTube. I should have him on the show one day. I should ask him to come on the show one day because I would love to have him come on here and fucking break out his flamethrower and burn this fucking place to the ground. Because he does it all the time. You can go around YouTube, just look up Wolf Richter on YouTube, find his latest and greatest video, and he just goes to fucking town on people. Just like destroys the entire FinTwit narrative. Destroys it. Just like literally takes a gallon of gasoline, pours it over the top, lights that fucker on fire, and just burns it to the ground with actual facts and data. Citable, sourced, current data. It's not my opinion. This is not my fucking opinion. This is the fucking facts. Stop with the opinions. There's no opinions here. I just literally just posted for you the fucking facts in the goddamn chat. You can fucking cite them for yourself and go to the Fed and look at them. Now, if you want to say the Fed's faking, lying, bullshit, or whatever, that's fine. You can say that. But the rest of the fucking world revolves around that data. That's the truth. Sorry. I'm sorry, man. I love you, but I'm telling you what, man, like, it's what it is. The fucking market hasn't crashed, has it? So, we're fucking trading 6-0 goddamn 8. If I based my trading on all that garbage bullshit that's spewed on fucking FinTwit, I'd be fucking broke. So, no, I'm sorry. No, and fuck no. Whoopsie, I got kicked off Discord. Discord's like, I can't be swearing. What are you guys talking about? I saw the, does that jacket of the shooter the same as did you guys see that they're showing the two pictures of the shooter? One looks like he doesn't have a pockets in the front, and the other one looks like he does. You guys think that's the same shooter, the front facial picture? Yeah, you see that? See, yeah, the jacket is wrong, right? I'm with you, Donut. That's not the same jacket, is it? There's no pockets in the front of the other picture that they've got of that guy. Dude, the housing market rolled fucking over 3 months ago. The housing market literally rolled over 3 months ago. You fucking literally changed the fucking laws back in 2008 and 9 to not go into another bubble. You like the fucking Senate, the House of Reps and the Senate literally fucking built a better consumer. They literally changed the fucking laws so that people couldn't do what they used to do. They've built a more resilient homeowner. We are in this place with the housing market of our own doing. Like, seriously. It's not the same market as it was back then. It isn't. It's not the same homeowner. The freewheeling, willy-nilly, all the shit that was going on in the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s, it's not the same anymore. Oh, shit, look at that. Black backpack. Read that article. Read the comments in that article. The best part about that article is the comment section, because the same regurgitated bullshit is said in that comment section, and Wolf comes right in with more data and disproves it again. Disposable income, the metric used here, is up 33% since 2019. God damn. Yeah, I'm going to read you part of this right now. Fleep said, could it be the higher level of complaints visibility for that population in the age of social media? People not struggling are not appearing in that space,
on the hostages in Gaza,
not attracting media attention as much. I guess in a statistics sense, how representative is that sampling? Richter's response, Fleep, yes, that's definitely the case, and people might pick certain parts of it that fit into their
Do you want to
narrative
stay up to date with the
of
latest and be
most
on the bleeding
Americans
edge
are
of
Voice
struggling.
news
non-farm
disconnected.
payrolls? Then sign up
That's
today
what
and
the
get our special offer of
fuck is
Financial
going on
Juice
here?
Pro for a year's.
He says, sure, there are people living in cardboard boxes, but that's a minuscule percentage of the population. And there are people who are very poor, and that's the small part of the population. See the data on medium incomes below. But if you just watch YouTubers screaming about people living in cardboard boxes and abject poverty, and that's all you see because that's all you want to see, because it fits your fucking narrative, you end up thinking that only 10% of Americans live in houses and 90% live in cardboard boxes in abject poverty. And that's going to pollute your brain. Direct quote from Wolf Richter. Then he talks to this other guy named Old Engineer, and he says, people are pissed off about higher prices. These prices piss me off, and we can afford them no problem. Americans are not used to seeing surging prices. We, are feeling like we're getting ripped off on a daily basis. 2021 and 2023 was an inflation shock. Now inflation, the rate of change is lower, but prices are still high, and incomes have risen, especially at the lower end of the wage scales. But those high prices and new price increases really piss people off, and they're in a foul mood. People hate inflation and high prices, even if they can easily afford them. And so they complain about the economy. The median household income in the U.S. is $80,000, meaning that half the households make over $80K a year. And of the half that makes less than $80K a year, lots of them make 60 plus a year. And so people have money to spend, and they have relatively little debt. 65% of households own their own home. 40% of them don't even have a mortgage. And they're spending a lot, and they're still saving quite a bit. And they're still pissed off about high prices. So you got to you should read through some of this stuff in that article that I just posted for you from top to bottom. Read through the entire thing. So people are just angry that they have to pay more. What they don't tell you, though, is that they're better off than they've ever fucking been. So it's like old man syndrome. Goddamn chicken's too high. I really want to make more money and not pay more for chicken. I want my cake and I want to eat it too. Yeah, I was reading on there was someone on Reddit last night, someone was saying that some lady on Reddit last night was saying that all CEOs are spooked today. They're all scared. That a whole bunch of them are seeking out security details. She like works in a security company, and she was saying that they were getting hammered with phone calls. Why could they screw up these photos so bad? AI, yeah, I agree with that too. Yeah, get off my lawn. Exactly, Condor. All right, pressing higher again, once again into 6,100. See if we can trade up to this R1. Not much movement here in the market today. Not much movement. Saw some bears on FinTwit this morning wanting to sell this shit down. I think I saw ass face was like, we're going to close this shit right now. They closed right at the fucking bottom tick. I don't think the markets are stretched at all. I don't think the markets are stretched at all right now. Yeah, back in my day, we get Bitcoin for a couple pizzas. God. I used to buy Bitcoin or I used to buy drugs on Silk Road years ago for Burning Man using Bitcoin. I wish I was, fuck, man. I had Bitcoin and I sold it. My wife needed money. There was like a halving, like the first halving or whatever that ever came up in that shit. I just talked to her about it this morning. It's like, remember? She was like, "Did you hear that Bitcoin went to $100,000?" I'm like, "Do you remember we used to own Bitcoin?" She got real quiet when I said that to her. My buddy just told me that his child wants to go to school, a good school. I'm like, "Welcome to my world." Oh, you got to pay more than that. My oldest daughter is in the process of applying to schools right now. She goes to the University of Michigan, and as a high school student, she's been going there now for this will be her second year, and she's basically a shoo-in for the University of Michigan to continue going to school there. But she's applying to these other schools. Oh, and like I keep thinking about how much it's going to cost me. And it's fucking stupid. Even the University of Michigan is stupid. And like her first 2 years would likely be on campus, and it's still ridiculous. And my buddy's child is about to go to college and wants to go to a school that's 6 figures. Stanford's like that. Like if you're not a California resident, Stanford's stupid expensive. Yeah. It's hard. We just got that, like, I took that. I got hammered on that last year with like college and stuff. So I've been saving for that for my daughter. I don't know what this. Kids get more expensive as they get older. Like there was a time when they got like they were really expensive when they were young, then they got kind of cheap. And now that they're coming into their teenage years, it becomes like this an inflection point, I think. I had a moment recently with my oldest daughter where I realized why my dad just wanted us out of the house. You're 18, do your own thing now. Because they're so fucking expensive. And then when you do stuff with them as they get older, they're so fucking expensive. It's not always what you want to do. It's like when they're younger, it's not so bad. They kind of do what you want to do, and you're kind of in the mode with them. But then when you get older, or they're older, and you're like, oh, I got to take them to the nice restaurant with me, or they don't really like this food or this experience, or I could be doing this alone with my wife right now. And then they got to go to college, and they got and I live in Michigan, right? Like Michigan is basically their laws revolve around your child, and they don't want your kid driving. Basically, like the insurance is expensive, the insurance, the vehicle, of course, is expensive, right? But the insurance in particular is very expensive. Then they have all these rules against your child not driving. Like they can't drive at nighttime. They can't drive on the weekends. They can't drive with their friends. They can basically only drive with you. I don't want my daughter driving me around anywhere. I'm afraid to drive with a teenager. So she really can't drive. Well, I got to drink some water here. I'm losing my voice already. Yeah, I took the hit on the college last year. But I still pay into that fund to this day. But I started eating that shit like a year ago. It sucks. I had to had this whole thought process. I talked to my daughter, my wife, and I'm like, I don't want her to work unless she has to. But I want fucking A's. Like I want A's. Like if you're gonna go to a nice school or want to go to a nice school, I expect goddamn A's every semester. They have rules. I had to make that decision in my own head, I guess, with I could understand why my dad wanted me to leave when I was young. I understand that feeling now, having kids that are getting older. They become a burden financially, believe it or not, as they become teenagers. They're very expensive in their teenage years and the things that they want to do. Some of the conversations we've had, like my oldest daughter, I have a close friend who is a respiratory therapist, and I think they're requiring it to be a 4-year degree now, but there was a time when there were 2-year degrees, and he makes a lot of money. He doesn't have any of the paperwork that a nurse has. He makes high 6 figures. And so, of course, I'm talking to my daughter, and I'm like, well, do you want to get a degree that you don't have to pay a lot for the college and you get paid very well out of college immediately? Anyone making 6 figures should be doing well, where they can pay their fucking bills, right? Not stress too much. Or do you want to go to school for an undergrad degree that's not going to pay you anything, but you have to go back and get your master's, your PhD, or your doctorate or something? And that's many years and a lot of fucking money, right? Yeah, that's my take too. I had to make a decision that I was likely going to have to work longer in my life. That's what it really came down to. Do I want to send my kids off to the wolves? Or am I willing to fucking work longer to make sure that they can take care of themselves one day? Um, I even so I have a basement in my house that I'm currently renovating. Um, for like an apartment in case my kids need it. God, I never thought I'd be this person. Like my dad was all like when I was young. My dad, yeah, I don't know if it's a reaction to my father, maybe. My father, I'm like my father's son, right? I'm like I was the firstborn, and my father had very high expectations of me, and a lot of those expectations were like throwing me to the wolves and saying I'll never be good enough. And he was there at every step of the way to make sure that I really worked my ass off. I do that with my oldest daughter, but not in that same context. I have I demand a lot of her schooling, but I make sure that she's fostered to do that, has what she needs: the sleep, the money, the clothes, and the books, and the time, and the help from my wife and I. But I didn't get that from my dad. My dad was like, "You're on your own doing that, buddy." That's I think that's a difference. So, but I think yet that's a personal decision as a parent, right? Not all parents can or want to do that. Not all kids. I'm assuming people don't always want to do that for their own kids. Some kids are terrors, right? Some kids are not, don't grow up to be the nicest young adults. Um, or maybe it could be any number of reasons. My daughter, though, at least my oldest one, I don't know about my youngest yet, but she hasn't really hit adulthood yet. But my oldest has, and I think that we're in it for the long haul with our kids, which is brutal because that puts me 10 more years. I probably have 10 more years of some kind of financial obligation to both children. About that 10 more years. So fucked. They'll be dead before you know it. There'll be no rest for the wicked. Like I wish I could retire, but I don't think that's going to happen. Unless the oldest one, the youngest one, maybe only goes to tech school or something like that. I don't know what she's gonna do yet. But she's doing really well in school too. So I don't know what happens. I don't know if it's actually 10 years or not. Yeah, I think things just keep coming up. I think it's like everything in life, right? You like make 2 steps forward and then 1 step back. Right, Damien? Yeah, I was talking to a guy in Discord right now, and I'm like, um, I think it's always there, isn't it? Maybe some of you older guys or women could step in and let me know because every time I think I'm getting out, I get sucked back in. Wonder if we get this big roll down up here, down into non-farms. Hang tight 1 second. 608.73. You started your children's retirement accounts the day they were born. I didn't have the chance to do that. I really did feel like I was robbing Peter to pay Paul, raising kids. I made a lot of money too. It didn't matter. We were living in really nice places though. We lived in some really, really nice places, but it was so expensive to live there. I felt like it was like money constantly just running through my hands, like running through my hands. Raising kids when you're young is hard work, hard work. I always felt like I was like waiting for the next shoe to drop. I would like save money and then poof, some kind of like disaster would arise. There's like always some kind of like fire burning somewhere. I need $5,000. I need 15 grand. I need 10 grand. I'm like, God damn. You guys are talking about universal basic income. I was having a conversation with a friend the other day about universal basic income. God, like UBI is a weird thing. I question UBI. When I look at UBI, right? There's two things that I think about with UBI. So I think about robotics and I think about general AI, and I think about greed, and I think about power. I never really trust anything that's given freely. To be given freely without strings attached to it. It's very rare that happens, unless it's for and by the people. The Trump administration just nominated a 6th billionaire for the cabinet. Now, I don't particularly like the elite either. I don't like career politicians of any political party. I don't like the institutional waste and spending and all the garbage that happens in our government in any way, shape, or form. So I'm with most of you on this, regardless of your political affiliation. So, and that's kind of the platform, right? Remove the elites. The DNC is one of my largest complaints that I have with the DNC is the grip they have over the party. And you can see it in presidents in general. When Biden knew he had to withdraw, well, number one, Biden implied that he was a one-term president. And then he said, no, I want more, right? Which is what they all do. They love power. That's like politicians are like power masters. And then when he debated Trump, and you could see clear as day, finally somebody said something, right? Can't deny it any longer. And he had to drop out of the campaign. You know for sure that he already had donations from special interests, and they demanded that he continue to run, or whomever was going to be in his place would be a surrogate for those prior commitments. And you can see it clear as day, right? And that's why Kamala got the non-nomination to carry on those commitments. But when you look at his cabinet, even though they are those people, I think they had a net worth of $150 million total net worth of that cabinet. Now we're supposed to be removing the elites, and they, as of 2 days ago, they had 5 billionaires being appointed or proposed to be appointed into the cabinet. I think they had a new one yesterday, late last night. That would make it 6 billionaires. And the total net worth is now, I'm assuming, in the 100, or it's at like 336, but now with the 6th billionaire, I don't know where it's at now. Maybe it's 400 billion. Those are elites too. And they scare me. Having billionaires in your cabinet scares me. That's oligarchy type stuff. And I'm tying that into UBI, and I'll tell you why. If you give UBI to people and you're an evil person, or you're an oligarch or a billionaire, you would want to tie that to serfdom of some kind. You'd want people to do things for you, or to be beholden to that UBI. And you would never want them to get or make too much money. You could actually control what they make. You have more control with UBI than you would with, say, pay for work needed, right? As the billionaire CEO. So I'm always afraid of that. I'm not afraid of UBI coming from an elected official that's elected from you and I, but I am afraid of UBI being crafted from a billionaire's perspective or a CEO's perspective, because they don't have your interests. They're not looking out for you. Now, you as the voter, you would want your elected officials to craft that legislation. So UBI is a touchy subject for me, especially if we do have jobs taken over by general AI, robotics, and stuff like that. Who's going to craft that legislation? Is it you? Is it you through indirectly through you voting for somebody, or is it from CEOs crafting and influencing that legislation? You certainly don't want them doing that. Squeezing up right now. Trading 608.27, trying to get up into that 608.73 right now. New all-time high. Hold on here. Damn it. Hold on a second here. We got a shit post on FinTwit right now. This was my favorite. I saw this on Reddit yesterday. This is one of the ones that I liked seeing last night on UNH. Did this get posted inside the Discord at all? Claim denial rates by insurance company. UNH 32%. Trading 608.33. All-time highs, baby. XLF this morning is just like, fuck you, we're not going down. I'm like, oh, shit. I'm like looking at XLF this morning. I'm like, this ain't going down nowhere. We're just rotating. These savages. I know they keep pinning fucking IWM. I'm pissed off about it. I'm like, what the fuck is this over here? It's like, I'm like, when is this thing gonna whipsaw to the upside? I want to take a long on IWM really badly. I haven't taken one, but I want to. I want to. It's just like coiling here, isn't it? I want to really, 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 really bad. Do you think they're going to save it, maybe? I don't think it dumps either. Doesn't look like it's in distribution. It just looks like it's being pinned. Should we take a long right now on it? Let's take a look at it. You know what's interesting on this on IWM right now is if it has this close today that's lower, it would be in distribution. If it loses 238, it'll get ugly. As a matter of fact, the close today will matter, I think. Yeah, Tazo, I'm with you. Yeah, healthcare is the biggest scam in America, 100%. My wife works in healthcare. It's a fucking scam. When my wife I'll tell you some story. I'll give you a brief story. So my wife was in college and she worked for a large university athletic program. And when she got out of college, she went to work for professional sports. And as a matter of fact, she was the athletic trainer assigned to Brian Urlacher. I don't know if you know who he is, but he's a famous football player from Chicago. And what the all-time defensive end or something like that, right? One of the all-time greats. And she worked for hockey and football as an athletic trainer, then a physical therapist, stuff like that, right? Sports medicine. And we ended up moving to California for my work. I was in the military, and at that time I went to work for U.S. Army Command out of Santa Monica. They had a U.S. Army Command in a building right in downtown Santa Monica. Anyways, so she took a job working in Beverly Hills. I'm not going to tell you who, but it was a famous physical therapist. And he had offices everywhere, like New York, Miami, Paris, Beverly Hills. And as a matter of fact, his partner was considered one of the best physical therapists in the world. He's famous. Literally famous. And so she went to work for him. And she was young. And these guys would like this office with these two doctors, they would literally keep people on the books. You would think that they made their money through higher end clientele or patients, like wealthy patients, famous patients, stuff like that, but that's not how they made their money. They made their money by keeping people on the books for like Medicare or Medicaid, and charging bullshit charges and bullshit like patients' sickness. Like they were constantly always in traction or therapy of some kind, year after year after year, and just like running up bills for Medicare and Medicaid. She was so disgusted by it, she couldn't work for him. She ended up quitting because of it when she found out, because she didn't think it was ethically the right thing to be doing, right? Yeah, my wife has been consolidated over the years, and she works for a company like UNH now, and like I can't believe the waste, and then the medical billing and the back end of it all, how archaic it is, how dated it is, and what people get charged, or get denied for. She can't stand it. She can't stand it. Yeah, it's really disgusting. It's really disgusting. It's one of the worst parts of the I don't know if the business or the career or the profession. I'm kind of disappointed that I always think about us like, I know that we don't live up always as Americans being the best in the world, but we should. And then when I look at some other countries' healthcare plan or healthcare industries or nationalized healthcare, it doesn't work everywhere. Some countries do it well, some don't do it well. But some countries do it really well, and I'm like, how in the fuck do we not do it that well? You know what else irks the fuck out of me is I like going to those minute clinics. They remind, like, Japan's like that. That's why I like them. They remind me of like when you live in Japan. They have these like small hospitals, and that's why I like those minute clinics. You're in, you're out, and they take care of you. You're done. It's like fast. Well, it's always driven me fucking nuts that we couldn't figure out national health care in this country. It's pissed me off most of my adult life. And then, of course, if you're a doctor, you like private practice is brutal these days. We can sue for anything in this country now, and then the insurance that doctors have to carry is insane. The liability. I wish we'd nationalized our healthcare. I wish we did it right too. It'd be a really nice ring on our finger as Americans if we could figure it out. How to get it done. Kind of like building the interstate highway system and stuff like that. I don't know why we don't do that as a country, or we don't look to do that as a country. Yeah, insurance fraud it's everywhere. It's legal, basically. All the hospitals do it, and now they're all like concentrating. Like my wife talks to me about it. I don't know a lot about this stuff, and I try not to know about this stuff because I don't want to talk, because she works for a publicly traded company, so I don't ever try to I don't talk about that stuff ever publicly. But I had to keep a very minimal conversation with her about that stuff, but. Everything's being consolidated right now, where it's like, like they're doing the prescriptions, they're doing the healthcare, they're doing the hospital stays, they're fully integrated top to bottom now, and they're consolidating. Yeah, insurance fraud. I would say that they're all doing that to some extent, right? Trading 608.48. I do want to long this IWM here. SPX Gamma, just note here we are coming into 6093. So as we come up here, you should expect us to trigger some selling at the 6100 level. We are at 609371. Gets more and more dangerous as we trade up here. That doesn't mean we can't jump over it and hang out for a little while. It just means don't be the FOMO person up here, because you could auto reject this easily. You get caught in this mess. Whenever this volatility up here, you want to be exiting as we get there. Statistically, you'll make more money that way. What are all your thoughts on the whole Medicare thing? Did you guys see the Medicare cuts and Social Security cuts they're talking about? Is that real, fake? Can any of you guys talk to me about that? Lend me some insight in that. Anyone want to delve into that cutting Medicare, Social Security? Seems like it's a touchy subject right now. Nobody wants to talk about it. Anyone out there collect Social Security? Anyone out there on Medicare? Do you think they should privatize it for you so that you can invest your own money? Anyone out there on, or maybe you don't want to say you're on it, or anyone on Social Security or Medicare? Any thoughts on it if you are on it? Does it directly impact you? How many of you have maxed out already on your contributions? You tell your clients not to expect full Social Security if you're under 55 now? Has anybody here maxed out their contributions? You guys even know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you've maxed out already, Tazo? So if you're working, there is a limit on the amount of your earnings that is taxable by Social Security. This amount is known as the maximum taxable earnings and changes each year. The maximum taxable earnings have changed over the years. Let me tell you what it is right now. 2024, $168,600. That's right, Tazo. Yeah, it's really going higher and higher quickly. It went up $8,000 from last year, and then it went up $13,000 from 2 years ago. That's a lot of fucking money. Your father's on Medicare at 72, but until your income is under like 40,000, you still pay 700 plus per month for Medicare. So what's the point? Yeah, that's a lot of that stuff. So Joe just brought up a good point inside the Discord. I don't know the exact details on this. I could look it up, but I've read the stories about it. One of the parts of our capitalist system, and healthcare in particular, is when you get washed out of our system, right? You can get washed out of our system for many different reasons. If you guys have ever watched that Ray Dalio short and long-term debt cycle video, has everybody here watched that? Is there anybody watching this show right now that's never seen the Ray Dalio short and long-term debt cycle video? You should watch it. If you didn't go to school for finance, you didn't go to school for as an economist, business, anything like that, you should watch that video because it simplifies some high concepts. But that video does a really good job of explaining how our capitalist system works. And basically, the government goes through cycles of giving you the chance to spend cheap, easy money. And they give you a period of time to invest that money or grow that money. And if you did the wrong things, they take it away from you. Same thing with being an employee or a worker or whatever it is you do in your life. There are incentives with taxes, and there are incentives with saving money and creating wealth and that kind of stuff, right? And if you fuck up, and there's many ways you can fuck up, one of them is getting sick. Our system intentionally flushes you from the system. And Joe's kind of talking around that or adjacent to that idea with Medicare. You don't hear about these people either. They just kind of fade away. If you ever notice when you read stories in the news, or you read books, or you read this or watch that, they're always focusing on the hero's journey. Why not, right? Sells, right? Hero's journey sells, but what journey doesn't sell? When the hero's journey is over, right? Like your Uncle Morty over there. Like, oh God, Uncle Morty's over there. He's coming. We had to let him come Thanksgiving. Do you know much about Uncle Morty's, the rest of Uncle Morty's life? Probably not, right? You just know that he shows up every Thanksgiving. He doesn't have the hero story anymore. He's just an old guy. And you can do really well in life, right? You own a home. You've got, you work 20 years, 30 years. Have all these savings, 401k. You got pension this and pension that. You got some gold bullion. Yeah, you guys see Serve cranking? I saw that. I saw people pumping Serve and Sound. People were pumping it all over FinTwit this morning. I was proud of it. I was like, yes. But as you get older, a lot of times when you get sick, if you don't have like a husband or a wife or whatever, with insurance or gainfully employed, they'll take everything you have. They take all your wealth away from you. Lose your house, lose everything, go live in a state nursing home at some point. It kind of frustrates me. That's why I wish that's another reason why I wish I had some national health care would help. People live longer in life with dignity as they get older. Yeah, that's my concern with the self-investment of Social Security. It's kind of like if I didn't have kids, why do I have to pay for them? Right? That's that argument. It's the same argument, right, Winky? Well, I don't have kids. I don't want to pay for the school system if I don't have kids. But maybe you use the roads more than I do. Why do I have to fucking pay for the roads if I don't drive a car? It's that same argument, right? It's for like the greater good of society. Or do you think if they privatize it, but it's not just for you, maybe? You have to share it, even if it's privatized? For people that do need it? Or do you think that maybe people don't need that safety net? Like the greater good? Yeah, it's the same thing with insurance too. With driving, I just saw what Winky said about driving and then hitting someone with that's not an insured driver. I feel like a lot of that has to do with our prison system too. When I think about like people that are, I was talking to my wife about this recently because we live in Detroit, and I was talking to my wife and my daughter about how even within socio economic classes there can also be a separation based on education. You can have a poor person that is uneducated and a poor person that is educated, and that there's class distinction between even those two people within their own economic class. And you can correlate crime in those same classes. So if you were to look at, like, let's say you look at someone that's classified as being poor, you can then check their educational backgrounds and see what their rate of crime is. I think about that a lot with the safety net thing. That's why I always like. So it's why I always like the idea of higher education being free, even if it's not the best school. If it's like a tech school or a state 4-year college, where like every child should be, if a kid can or has the grades, they should be able to go to school for free, even if it's just a basic education. Like, you want to go to school to be a roofer, you want to go to school to be a, I don't know, fucking mechanic, or you want to go to school to get a 4-year degree in whatever liberal art or whatever science you want to do. If you're poor, you should be able to go. And we have a lot of those programs right now, but there's still like weird safety or hoops to jump through to be able to do that. Like, they'll purport to have those programs, but they're really not true. As a matter of fact, we have a friend. One of my daughter's friends was going through this for her daughter to go to college. The hoops she had to go through to try to, or to go to the school she wanted to do with the promise or whatever they have for kids to get all A's. She did not get into the schools she wanted to go to, or she's not getting into. They just make it easy, right? Here's the school that you're eligible for. Here's your state-run school. Here's your state-run tech school. And you educate people because it helps them. It stops crime. Same thing with like UBI. Same thing with healthcare. Even if you're going to pay them just a below living wage or a living wage, where they like, it's funny. A funny thing is when you take away people's fear and insecurities for basic necessities, they commit less crime. So you have less people in prison. It enriches society as a whole. I think that's what Winky was trying to get at, which would be like if everybody had insurance in their vehicles, we wouldn't have problems, right? If you get into an accident with somebody that doesn't have insurance, they flee the scene. You don't get paid. You might get hurt. All those problems, right? that it creates. And it creates risk to the general public too, right? Somebody tries to flee an accident. They might run somebody down trying to flee. I guess that question comes up. So even if you're going to be poor, I'd rather you be educated and poor. I'd rather you have the lights on in your house, and you might not be able to have the extra things in life, but you're not worried about your rent. You're not worried about your college tuition or your health. So even if you're like, hey, you know what? Like the world needs custodians, don't they? Right? The world needs a custodian. And some people want to be a custodian. Some people, they're like, hey, man, I'm not that smart. I enjoy being a custodian. But should they not, because they are that person, should they not, I don't know, they have to worry about where they're living? Like, oh, shit, I might not make rent this month. I kind of want that custodian still there, right? I want them to be healthy. Busha busy right now. Bussin' Busha. I don't know if we can do that in this country though either, because that does sound too much like socialism. But if there was a country that could do it, it's probably us. And I don't know that it's asking too much. What, insurance, and education if they want it. You know, if they don't want to do the work, then you don't give them anything, right? You don't, like, if you give them like the work, or if you're like, hey, I'm, can't just let anybody just be like, fuck it, I'm not going to work. I'm just going to get UBI and fuck off. And I'm going to get my, my free whatever health insurance. I think you still have to work, be gainfully employed. We do that right now, right? We do that with like Walmart does that, right? They use, Walmart will pay people just under so that they qualify for, I don't know if it's Medicare or Medicaid. I don't know which one is which, but they pay you just under so that you qualify for social services. Here they go. They're coming in right now to sell. This is all good. This is weakening the wall above at 6,100. Yeah, I would agree with that too, Winky. If you don't finish, you have to pay it back, right? If you fail out or anything like that, I'm with you on that. There has to be some requirements, right? If you have to if you want to get your free education, you have to get it like a B minimum across the board. And if you fail out, you got to pay it back. I'm with you on that, 100%. I'd even tie it to public service. You got to do 2 years, I don't know, picking up trash in national parks, and in turn, you get a 4-year education. I'd even do something like that. Yeah, they're really pushing this here. They're trying to turn that, like, in this, you know what else is sketchy about IWM here? I was expecting this to squeeze, or it's squeezable. It's the one index that I like the most right now, because of the ability, where SPY is like right here. SPY is like already over here. I'm like looking at this this structure here, and I'm like, man, this thing just wants to rip. There's a lot more room to run on IWM versus SPOOs, but it has not. They've been really, really pounding price down. And look at it right now. That's not looking too healthy, is it? Trading 238.86. Trading all the way back down to their pre-market low over here. SPOOs raining hell right now. No, I think we're missing that right now, Joe. I'm in disagreement with you. The humanities are getting annihilated right now. I think the humanities need to be pushed even more. And actually posit that I would rather you pay for your tech degree, be more willing to give away a liberal arts degree than I would a tech degree. Let's see what's going on over here. There was an article that was just done, I think, last year on Harvard and Princeton, and a bunch of humanities departments are closing down. We end up having people hyper focused in their education, but they're dumb. I'm going to blast this down right now. Whoo-wee. Whoop. Is that the big sell? That might be the big sell. That might be the big one. Fitch on U.S. inflation. We no longer expect any further Fed rate cuts in 2026. Fitch ratings U.S. inflation risks rise on consumer strength and impending tariff hikes. U.S. inflation risks are rising as consumer spending growth proves more robust than expected. Impending tariff hikes are set to push up import prices, and a slowdown in net immigration weighs on labor supply growth. We still expect the Fed Reserve to bring rates down slowly towards neutral next year. U.S. tariffs will rise sharply next year, but scale, scope, and timing of hikes is uncertain. Oof, look at that bloodbath. All the way down to the half an hour trigger. Now, if this satisfied that rejection of R1, we should trade all the way down to 604. Look at that. Whammo. IWM now trading 238.57 at their daily support. If they lose that daily support, there's a long trip down for IWM. Long trip all the way down to 233. So they're really stretching it right now. Man, I want to buy some fucking calls here so bad. You're out. Look at that sell right there. Oh, yeah. Pound it down, baby. Oh, dude, I might have to buy this. Hold on here. Wait for me. I love it. U.S. inflation so this is Fitch. U.S. inflation risks are rising as consumer spending growth proves more robust than expected. They told me they told me they didn't have any money to buy eggs. Keep telling me that. Fitch disagrees with you. Fitch says you're out there partying, that you're lying. Yeah, if that was the rejection, if this was where we should trade here, that high was 0847. I think I had it for 0852 measured yesterday. Don't quote me on that. But that's what I think I had. If that's maybe that satisfied it. If that's the case, we should trade down to
Noting the S&P 500 on a
604.
downward trend, currently down 0.05% on the session.
Financial juice is like doom. What do we got here? Look at that. They're just cleaning out that option chain right now. 609. Ain't no way we're going there, are we? Show them what you got here. Baby, come back. I've only got eyes for you. Yeah, Dave, we told them to take the money and run up there too. Sound is awesome. We love sound around here. Been loving on sound for a long time. We love them. I think this is the big one, though. I think this is the one that'll take us to 04. Maybe not right now at this moment, but we should trade 04. Right down there. It's going to take some time to get there, though. It's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be all at once. I wouldn't get all too excited at this moment. Maybe. I think there'll be some messy in here. I think it'll take in tomorrow. You guys want to see it? I think it was in last. This is the same thing from last night's brief. If you want me to scale up for you. Was looking for a little bit more downside in pre-market. They didn't give it. They gave it here, but we're kind of holding up here. This is very supportive. Now you need a catalyst to get underneath. So my assumption here is that you'll get that catalyst in NFP. You can see that this is Friday morning. Hopefully you can get some doomage. Hold on here. Now there's a problem with this going down here. And that is this high back here. So this high yesterday brought us up from a trade to 01. So if we had not made this high yesterday, we would have done something like this down to this and then gone higher. But because we closed on this high here, I don't think we can get farther down than right about there. 604. It'd be nice to see 01, but I don't think that we can get it. I wouldn't be betting on this trade lower. If you can get that extension, fuck yes, but I wouldn't be betting on it. I wouldn't have like a 602 put or anything like that. I would rein it into right about here, 604. And it still resolves to the upside. This is all like all this is dealers selling into strength. Hold on. Yeah, I'm reading something here in the background, and I'm in agreement. I'm reading someone's in the background saying we have to clear NFP first, and I'm in total agreement with that. So you've got the gamma wall is, I don't know, right here. This is where that yellow line right there is where the gamma wall is. So we just keep coming up into it. Slam, get some dealer selling, slam, dealer selling, slam, closer, dealer selling. So I don't know if we can actually get this low, but as soon as we get out of that NFP tomorrow, woohoo, we can go moon. Blast right through it. And that's where we are right there. This is Friday at 4 p.m. Nothing's changed here today. Your brief last night is good for tomorrow still. Yeah, Doom. I wouldn't expect that Doom here. I would think that we're gonna do some more bullshit like this. And they're gonna try to sell you down right over there. And go over that way. Something like that. I'm gonna fail right about there. I could be wrong. They could sell you straight down, but no, I'm trying. Sam's trying to get. I'm trying to get long on IWM right now. I'm not getting bearish on IWM. I'm getting bullish. I mean, they did a pretty good job in here. I mean, let's go down and look at IWM. So IWM did really well. Let's be honest here. You might not be able to see it, but we got the low tick in pre-market at 238, right? This fucker moved. Now, it was supposed to trade 241 and then go up to trade 242, 246, which it did not do. But that's still a 1.5% move higher. That's a really sweet trade right there. So they're pushing price down right now. I would assume that those same fucking buyers are parked right here. So I would be careful being bearish on IWM here personally. The last known buyers loved sending this up here. So I know this looks bearish. It looks bearish to me too, but I'm like, man, like these guys are likely right here. So if they were down here before and they've come up, so ready, you got last known buyers. You're going to expect that they've moved up. They're now right here. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not bearish here. I'm more bullish. Now I agree if these buyers are not here, we are going to trade straight down to the depths of hell. I can't disagree with that, but and there is something weird here. Not weird, but there is something of concern here, which is on a daily basis, I don't like seeing this close. So today's Thursday, right? This would be the first down daily candle. That's a concern. You had an up day here. This was Tuesday when it went up. So this was an improvement. Tuesday was an improvement. But I don't like seeing this here. I don't want to see that. I want to see the day close in a high. So be careful of a rotation into IWM is my only point. It's like it's 1:37 in the afternoon. So my fear here is that where it looks bearish, I guess I'd want to see the new low first. I'd really like to see IWM like close. Below 238. I'd really like to see it to get bearish. Because this could all just be accumulation to rip faces off again. Be careful being bearish. I'm telling you guys. I'm warning you. Don't take my word for it. We'll just watch. I'm betting they're buying in here. Like, I'm not bearish unless we make a new low underneath 238. I'm telling you guys, I'm warning you. IWM will rip your fucking face right off. It'll shit right down your neck. Like small caps is dangerous. When that shit moves, it moves. Like if it moves. Like of all four indexes, it's like the one that I'm always afraid of. Like of all four of them, like the rest of them are all pretty predictable, but like I'll be doing like an Elliott wave count on it. I'm like, this fucking thing wants to squeeze right now. It's like it's in full distribution, and I guarantee it's gonna rip. Sometimes in the briefs I'll be like, I don't know, but like this thing's in distribution, but we can wake up tomorrow and it's up 3%. Like that's why people hate smalls, man. Like people shit on smalls because when it like should move, it doesn't, and when it should bloodbath, it doesn't. It does the opposite. It's fucking small caps. Small caps very dangerous. It's almost a widowmaker. It's not quite netty gas, but I'm always I get like shorting it from up here. That makes sense, right? Like up there. But like anywhere down here, I'm always like, nah. It's already made its move down. Like, nah. Can you imagine being short smalls on Tuesday morning? You got your face ripped off. Like take the trading higher again. Oh man. Yeah, smalls, dude, I get pissed off at smalls too. If you get trapped in it, you're like, oh, this is supposed to go up, and then like, no, we're gonna trade sideways for the next 6 days. You're like, ah. SPY recovering once again. It's like the Harlem Globetrotters around here with SPY today. It reminds me of the price action just before a Fed policy meeting. Yeah, that's right, Uncle JBJ. Another generational buying opportunity, brother. And it's all-time highs again. Yeah. You know what this price action is, right, Uncle JBJ? It's just waiting for NFP to be done, dude. That's it. Then it's gonna move. It's gonna move right. It's gonna rip right through that wall. Just gotta get NFP behind us, brother. Can I look at gold? Yeah, I think I had it up here. It still has its resting bitch face on. Nothing to be said here in gold. It just has its resting bitch face on. No, not bearish on it yet. There are a lot of people short gold right now. Don't fuck with gold. I think it's a trap, a bear trap. I'm not bearish as bearish as others are on gold right now. I think it's a bear trap waiting. It's sucking in all these sellers. It should correct here. It's set up to correct. Elliott Wave says it's going to go down. Elliott Wave is bearish on it, but I think it's a fake out, just like SPY's been a fake out. SPY's been faking out bears for SPY's been faking out bears for like past 2-3 months. Every time it's supposed to go and do a correction, it just rips their faces off. And I think gold's doing the same thing. Can we get NFP doomed to buy? I think we do. I think we get selling into NFP. I just don't know how deep we can get it. The demand is really, really high. Like, I think I'm being very generous saying 604 right now. I would not be shocked if 606 was the bottom. And we just traded 606.80 and they bought it up like it was nobody's business. Yeah, I mean, if I look at gold, like if I look at gold for what it is, it should sell. But it's like gold will get that 1 day red candle, and then if it'll it's either going to start selling hard and heavy, or it flat corrects sideways, and that's what it's looking like. More of a flat correction than a sharp correction down. I've got an alert set here to buy 2604. It hasn't hit yet, but see that daily triggers is flattening now. That's what makes me wonder. And also the weekly trigger keeps coming higher. Higher. So and velocity looks good on it too. So I think there's a trap in here laid for bears. They need to get bared up some more. I'm not really a gold bug or anything. I'm not a fan of gold or anything like that, but I'm watching it. And the whole reason I'm watching it is for other. I don't watch gold because I like gold. I watch it for the other indices. I watch metals and currency pair trades just to see what the market's going to do. The S&P 500 Qs, stuff like that. Northern California just got an alert for earthquake alert. Oh shit. I have family in San Fran. GME just went 7%. Haven't they been talking about it's going to squeeze now? They've been talking about that past week, right? Hasn't James Rowland been talking about that? It's going to rip some faces off. Woof. It mooned, baby. It hit R2. I think James Rowland talked about that this week. Oh, look at that. Just traded 28.39. I've got it going to $46. Trading 28.39. You're probably not done. I've got it going to 46. Need some coffee. SPX coming back again. IWM rising right now. Trading 238.67, 68. DIA back on its support right now. TLT looking pretty sexy. Gold getting hammered down. Or BTC, excuse me. Could we see that squeeze finally in small caps if GME just got stopped out? He's tweeting again. My entire timeline is idiots breaking it down like a Zapruder film. I always like when they come out and they do the MOAS thing. When they start saying it's MOAS, they're like, it's MOAS, it's MOAS. And I'm like, oh shit, here we go. And then you like ask them, what is MOAS? And they're like, the whole system's going to implode. Like, what do you mean? You're talking about aliens? It's the collapse of the financial institutions are going to collapse and GME is going to go to the moon. Mag 7 is going to 0, GME to 9 million. Oh, 100% water boy. It's the MOAS has been disproven. Well, not disproven. It's happened a couple times, more than a couple. I think it's happened 3 or 4 times. But as soon as they figure it out, they meaning the larger participants, they just shut it down. It happened with Volkswagen, right? Volkswagen was one company that it happened to. MOAS was viable before the smartest people in the room figured it out, but it's no longer viable. Aliens mean Mag 7 skyrockets and the small caps dies. Did somebody say aliens? You got a coastal tsunami running? Are you fucking serious? Yes, you are serious. Give me just a few minutes. I'll be right back with you guys.
According to PTWC, a hazardous tsunami waves are possible after a California quake.
If you are listening from California or Oregon, Southern Oregon, and you live in the coast, just a heads up out there that there's a tsunami warning in effect, and there was a earthquake. I don't know if it was underground in the ocean or if it was in California, but just a note to you out there. Hazardous tsunami waves are possible after a California quake. I just told my wife I have family that lives in Northern California, so they're contacting them right now. The earthquake was a 7.3 magnitude, 1:44 this afternoon. Depth of 8 miles. Location was 45 miles southwest of Eureka. I think John is near it. I don't want to say anything public. Where John lives, but I'm going to assume that was close to where John lives, right? Yeah, I've got it right here. Or this is what Noah's saying. Yeah, that's what I've got. I've got Noah saying 7.3. Oh, so they're having more. They're having more than one. Looks like there's been more than one, huh? They've been having a series of earthquakes. First reported at 12 or 11:52. Looks like there was one yesterday near Hawaii, and then they started back up this morning. Oh, there's one in Alaska too. Alaska, Eureka, and then near the coast of California. And they had oarfish coming up recently, didn't they? Have oarfish washing up on the beach in California recently, or is that somewhere else? I'm looking right now. I'll see what my wife has to say. She's contacting our family right now. Are you guys reading this right now? Mega cap tech rally could get a boost from TikTok ruling. Mag 7 shares stand to gain if a pending court ruling curbs TikTok's presence in the U.S. Let's take a look here at SQ or Block. They've already gotten a pretty big pump here, haven't they? Looks like they're already taking advantage of this already. You see that? 1, 2. Tech investors have their eyes on the next step in TikTok's battle to keep its multi-billion-dollar generating app operating in the U.S. An appeals court is due to issue a ruling as soon as Friday on a law requiring TikTok's China-based owner to sell the app by January 30th or face a ban, an outcome that weakens TikTok offers upside for mega cap social media and social companies Meta and Alphabet, along with smaller rivals like Pinterest and Snap. SQ looks like, or Block looks like it's already pumping on that news. TikTok, owned by ByteDance.
French
if you
President
remember,
Macron has called for a snap election.
Voice news disconnected.
If you remember, too, Microsoft was vying at one point to buy it, as well as another, was it INTC? I can't remember, was vying to purchase it. An outcome that weakens TikTok, offers upside for megacap social media and search companies Meta, Alphabet, along with smaller rivals like Pinterest and Snap. TikTok, owned by ByteDance, is used by about a third of U.S. adults and a majority of Americans under 30. As a matter of fact, people are getting their news. I read an article recently that scared the shit out of me. The number of Americans that only get their news from social media. I kid you not. And TikTok is at one of the top of the lists for some Americans. It's used by about a third of U.S. adults. Woof, a third. And a majority of Americans under 30. Majority. It's not just for video watching. TikTok's search appeal rivals Google's. And I read an article about that, too. They're not just getting their news from TikTok. They're using it for, like, search. And it managed to triple its U.S. shopping sales to more than $100 million on Black Friday. That's just ridiculous. You know what's really increased for me too on that topic? The number of people that contact me every single day to sell products on TikTok. It's out of control. Ask Joe Donut. We send them over to Joe to review. We get I probably get 5 a day. 5 offers a day to push actual products on TikTok. You want to make it like improve my presence on TikTok and then put products on it. And Bloomberg Intelligence's Matthew Schettenhelm sees a 70% chance that TikTok loses the D.C. Circuit ruling, with the company then likely to make a last-ditch plea to the Supreme Court to pause the January 19th deadline. The justices could opt out to take a case raising consequential free speech, national security, and other questions, putting it on track for a decision likely in June. The re-election of Donald Trump and other questions, putting it on a track for a decision likely in June. Oh, and the re-election of Donald Trump, who's had a change of heart about TikTok and is now against a ban, also complicates matters. Mag 7 stocks hit a fresh record on Thursday's trading. Meta, which is up more than 70% so far this year, hovered around a record of its own as well. No shit, Winky. Yeah, I like the long trade here on. I feel like they're just pushing price down here in IWM. Whenever I see this kind of doom down here, I'm like, eh. I'd really like to buy the close here in IWM. My only fear here on this is the daily velocity. If we get the low close here, it could be pretty bearish. So I just want to watch. Well, I'm watching it. I'm watching IWM. It's a juicy trade. Could be worth 3%. Q's rolling down now, down to their hourly trigger, beginning to break through. Q's losing a little bit of its spiciness here. We could see a drop here into this close. Where's 6 o'clock here? Let's snap some timelines there. There's one. The Q's looking pretty weak here. Some rotation out of tech. Here's the 04 target for tomorrow morning. Already did that one. Don't need that anymore. They're going to chill for NFP. Yeah, I got a bunch of money for January 2, Winky. I'm not even going to look at that shit, man. I'm going to wait until like New Year's Eve or something. I'll put more money on the market, but not yet. I traded some 0 dates down here. I was thinking about buying some more right now, but I haven't. I'm with you, Green Man. I'm getting like I really want to buy IWM. I want to buy it like right fucking now. And the CEO. I'm reading some of this tsunami posts on Twitter right now. when there's bad earthquakes in California, that shit's not cool. Like it's sketchy as fuck. Fucking freeways falling on top of you. Holy shit, they're evacuating Santa Cruz. They're evacuating right now. Oh yeah, fucking Fremont's in there too. Well, give me a couple seconds, all right, guys? Sorry about that. Just making sure that I have a lot of family in where this map is showing. You guys see where this and they got like parts of Oakland County, San Francisco, Berkeley. They say they've got evacuation orders in effect too. Do you want me to call my do you want me to call my brother and see what he says? I gotta be really careful. Fucking Elon's got his fucking spies everywhere trying to get him fired. Yeah, they say it. They say it was. I don't know exactly where it was, but it was underground. Depth 8 miles, 45 miles southwest of Eureka. Looks like it was in the ocean, and there were multiple too. It was more than one. It looks like there was some up in Alaska, Hawaii, and then a whole bunch. The aliens are getting ready to come out of the ocean. Democrats are to blame for the Democrats are to blame for the for the earthquakes. Blame Democrats. Blame Democrats. It's not the Canadians. Yeah, that's what I would like to do. Go surfing. It's a fucking freezing though right now. You'd need like a 3 or 5 millimeter suit right now. Hoorah! I like the way you think, Damien. I've been waiting so long. No Democrats did the tsunami warning. Trump did the earthquake after eating all the fast food. I'll be honest. I can't wait for the comedy. I will. I can't. I seriously can't wait for all the comedy. Once he is president, the shit that he says, it is pure comedy. Did he just tell people to inject bleach in themselves? I'll give that to Trump, even though I'm not a supporter of Trump. It's like the shit that's said, man. I'm just like, oh God, here we go. You know, people are gonna do this, right? Somebody's gonna do it. I made an offer on some mid-century furniture, and she was like way over here, and I was like way over there. So I haven't responded to her, and she keeps hitting me up, telling me lower and lower. I'm not going to respond until she gives me the price that I want to pay for it. Russ, you're in San Fran? Are you on the coast? Are you in the Bay, or where are you? Yeah, I can't wait for Trump to be president in that respect. I mean, fucking, you don't really get much with Biden though, do you? Like, he doesn't really impact the markets. You don't really ever hear him too much. He just looks like he's hopped out. Recently, I think, I don't know if Hillary looked like it, but Trump and Biden looked like they were getting down on amphetamines. Like the two of them, you can tell they're like feeding them, like popping fucking pills before they get on the stage. I think at one point Trump looked like he was, the two of them at different points have looked like they were dosed correctly, and then other times they don't look like they're dosed correctly. Like they're fucking chewing Adderalls right before they get on stage. So the tsunami is expected at 12 p.m. No shit, people are getting supplies. My wife is on the phone with family members right now. They're trying to evacuate right now. Adderall? Oh, man, Adderall. Whew. Back when I used to work 80 hours a week, I remember it fondly. I remember my counterparts. I was like, how are you guys all working 80, 100-hour weeks? Hold on one second here. Like, how do you guys get by working 80, 100-hour weeks? So, like, you don't have an Adderall prescription? I'm like, no, what the fuck is Adderall? Like, here, we'll give you a doctor to go to. You took your, yeah, Visa, yeah, like, a Visa message, whatever the fuck that shit is. Wasn't that like horse shit? Isn't that like a horse drug or something? Ivermectin, I forget how to pronounce that one. Yeah, it's a horse dewormer. Let's go IWM, baby. IWM now trading 239.01. SPOO's climbing back right now, back up in the trend again. Coffee and Red Bull. I didn't understand how, I used to work with all these guys, and these guys are working, I kid you not, they're working 80, 100-hour weeks, and I'm like, how the fuck are you guys getting by with this shit? How do you guys come to work? I'm like, I'm dying over here. I was in like week 2 or 3, and I'm like, I can't do this anymore. I was like, I can't do it. And they're like, yo, you gotta, here you go. Go see this doctor. That's how I felt too, Carrero. I felt like I never got anything done. I wasn't a fan of it at all. Come on, IWM, baby. IWM trading 239.15. Told you to be careful of accumulation on IWM down here. If you were short IWM, you're getting your shit pushed in right now. See if it can hold on or not. The close on IWM today is going to be very important. It's kind of like make or break here for IWM. Thought you did it for 5 years straight. I did it, I think I made it like 1 or 3 months. I couldn't do it. I'm naturally, like, when I was younger, I naturally didn't sleep a lot. I was up a lot, worked a lot, and I didn't like need it. I have had friends that have needed it throughout my life, and they seem more normal. It was too much for me. I felt like I would crash off of it on the weekends. Like I would come off of work and I couldn't unwind and rest properly on the weekend. And I'm with Carrera Low in that. I never felt like I was getting what I wanted to get done. I felt the same way. Yeah, Tazo, you want to be careful. Not just careful, but you're long on IWM here. I don't blame you either to be long here. Last real known buyers is on this red line, but they're assumed to be up here now. They're assumed to be higher. And when they're compressing price like this, it's very squeezable. The close is going to matter today on IWM for sure. There's one other thing here too, which would be the danger here is that if we get the hot print, they'll do the fast drop and rip. So there might be a better price lower. Let's it's 226. So let's talk about this in particular as it relates to SPOOs. So last night's brief is still in effect. Nothing's changed. And just for the end of the day positioning, that kind of stuff, you don't want to get caught in an excuse to drop the market. You know how you think you think like price, like whenever I tell you like the market's fake, they make memes about this, like day traders think that the market is fake, right? And you're like, oh, there's no way we get all this demand. There's no way we can go down here tomorrow morning. But we can, I promise you. Just looking for an excuse to reprice. So, we could just squeeze overnight too if we get the good NFP print, a good unemployment print. Tomorrow we could moon employment right now. The numbers that I'm seeing, I was hoping for a good print, but some of the job stuff that I'm seeing is weak. There's some softness in the labor market right now. And the last print we had on unemployment was hot, meaning it was bad. We don't want to see that increase. That could that could help with another rate cut though, where Fitch is saying they don't expect a rate cut. That would price in another rate cut, but just note that we have us heading lower into at least tomorrow morning. Now, with that being said, for tomorrow morning, there's more mechanical stuff going on. There's more mechanical stuff going on that has nothing to do with, or I guess it kind of has to do with NFP and unemployment. But my point here is that we can't break above this yellow bar right here until we get that report. So if they do a slam dunk down here, we should still ricochet and trade above regardless due to options positioning. So just, remain patient. If you haven't had a chance to get long and you're looking for that chance to get long, this might be that opportunity for you to get long tomorrow. So this is tomorrow. This is Friday at 5. They went this at 5 a.m., but we should probably put it at like. Here, let's see if we can. Let's clean this up a little bit. This should be like what, 8:30? So slide that over a little bit. Let's make this like 8:30 report right there. So, if we can get any kind of like doom down into that 8:30 report tomorrow morning, any kind of doom, even if it's just right here, I don't care if it's down here, I don't care where it is. You might get a nice like holiday. If you haven't joined the holiday trade, this might be the last opportunity that you have to join it. No, I don't know about much. I don't think we have much going on next week for news until Wednesday. So we've got Michigan consumer sentiment at 10 tomorrow. Monday, we got nothing. Tuesday, we got nothing. Nothing of consequence. We've got Wednesday at 8:30, though, we have CPI. Sometimes we can go down during those days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Maybe we wait for this. This extends into Wednesday. Maybe you get more hot CPI. We can get lower, and then it goes up after Wednesday. But just remain patient into the close and into tomorrow's report. And let it pass. So, like if you're long right now, IWM. If we close on a low, I wouldn't be long IWM, and this will provide a good opportunity to digest that data and possibly get a good positioning for the end of the month squeeze or whatever, or the squeeze before we get to OPEX, however they do it. Let's have a look, see here. $231. Series of higher lows. Low, higher low, higher low. They're accumulating still. I guess it's pick your poison, isn't it? I'm on 05, so I'm like, 03, 05. Close enough in hand grenades and horseshoes once we come to the end of the year. So I'm going to add any more myself. It would have to be lower. Lower than even 03. I'd like to be down at like 01 or something to add. John Daly said he drinks 30 cans of Diet Coke a day. God damn. I'm in a bunch of trades right now. I have a bunch of money in the market right now, Shaq. I have a lot of exposure to the market right now. I have a whole ton of exposure in the market. You want to take 0 dates? Is that what you want to take, Shaq? You want to do some gambling? If I'm going to take a gambling trade here today with you, Shaq, it's probably not until 3:30, 3:45, but I will. You want to do some 0 dates? I will. I don't have any IWM spreads. I'd like to get some, though. If I can get any, I want to buy this right now, but I want to see the close. If we can get like one more dip into tomorrow, I'll get up on some IWM with you. If I wasn't long SPY right now, I probably would have executed some IWM calls right here, some call spreads, just to have the exposure. You're saying weekend crash? Are you guys getting fucking primed up for the weekend crash? You guys fucking kill me. Who said that? Coco. Is that you? What's up, brother? You're talking about, you guys are already getting fired up for the weekend crashes? God damn it. I told you not to get crazy over the weekend. I said, think about skiing this weekend. You guys are all over the weekend crash already? We got no data Monday, Tuesday. We got no data till Wednesday. That means the market's going to crash during Monday, Tuesday. Whenever there's no news, we move to the downside. We'll wrap it up with a bad CPI report. We'll get bad NFP. I can already fucking see it. Hold on, I'm going to do a meme on that. Hold on. Hold on a second. We're 45 Forever's got a killer meme. Hold on, I'll use 45 Forever's meme. He's got a kick-ass meme. Hold on, I'll draw it on. Here we go. Ah, shoot, I should have done this. No, no, no. There we go. Triple top to COVID lows, baby. Serve going full regard. Sound going full regard. Jesus. How's IoT doing? Nah, nothing too crazy. They already made their move. Yeah, I own Sound. I sold them. I sold Sound, sold Serve. Oh, God. We close red today. Yeah, I think we can close red today. I'd like to see a squeeze into the bell, though. I'd like to see us like drift down into the bell and then a quick squeeze. I don't think they're gonna make it this easy. I don't think they get it easy to. Is that Moog? I think they'll drift it and then squeeze, and then if they're gonna dump it tomorrow morning, I think there might be a squeeze here at the end of the day. Just one little last squeeze. You know, nothing's that easy, right? Nothing's ever that easy. I could be wrong, but like to see the little, just a little bit of squeezing at the end. Yeah, Q's look pretty weak here. I got Q's on the cliff too, right here. Q's have like a whole bunch of stuff that could close to the downside. Whole bunch of stuff. Thoughts on Lulu? You want me to look at Lulu for you? I can do that. Hang tight. Sorry, I didn't see your We liked Lulu coming up. That trade is dead though, right? We have that big giant gap up here to close. It's still in distribution, but like SMCI, of course, it'll trade and close that gap. It's not so bullish right now in its daily velocity. I would bet that the options market is loaded with calls and it's gonna go down, but it will come back. Its weekly velocity looks great right now. I like Lulu here. I don't like it for all-time highs. It looks like it's going to fail today, but recover well. I'm assuming it's due to the options market. So I'm a little bit bearish on it. I haven't checked the options. You'd have to ask a podcast trader. He could tell you what the options are for this ticker. It looks good on a 30-minute daily velo, or 30-minute velocity. 30-minute daily velocity looks good. Daily velocity does not. Hourly velocity does not look good, or hourly 30-minute velocity does not look good. There is some nice stuff about Lulu, though. Here's Lulu. There's some real positive stuff here. You've got a cross of the daily trigger over the weekly. The weekly looks absolutely beautiful. And it's breaking out above the monthly trigger. So like overall, if I were to tell you, if they didn't have earnings today, I would say to you, I'm bullish on Lulu. I don't know though if the options market means let's say they have a good, think tighter. Let's say they have a good report. They still send you down maybe. You could have some volatility in here. They take the money and run. You don't get paid for your options. Then the real move is later. Overall, bullish. The only thing I would say to you on this is, Lulu is a meme stock, right? We know that. And you know what they'll do, right? They'll fuck you one way or another. Hold on a minute. I'll look closer. Let's see what they do historically. How do they do? Fair? Yeah. June they went straight up. August they didn't though. March they didn't. They do stay on trend. It looks like. I will say this. They look really good. They actually do really well. They actually trade their trend if they have a good or bad earnings quite well. So I'll stick with this right here. After market price target 366. They have an expected move of for some reason it's not showing their expected move. I can't get data on it for some reason. It's not calculating the data. I'm bullish on it. It does tend to go up. For some reason, I can't get a calculation on their expected move today, but I would say expect our target 367.41. Hold on here. Maybe not that high. Hold on a sec here. You really are roped in, it looks like right now. There's like a I don't know what the options look like on Lulu, but you might have priced in your move already. Price target though 369 overall. It might take time to get there. You're going to be waiting on this. You ain't getting that right away. But I am bullish on it to like 392. Yep, 392. $369, $370. I'd really like to see that tick. I'm bullish on it. If you get a crazy report, you're going to hit 369 right away. I looked at their report history, and they have no problem moving up with a good report. So, price target 350, 369 if they really kill it. Watch out as this moves higher. There'll be a lot of volatility as crosses are made. When your daily trigger comes up here and your monthly comes down here, you're going to get some volatility right here. You can also get trapped in here with some more consolidation. But overall, I like the stonk. The only thing I would say to you on this stonk would be I guess you could call that done for. You could say that that's done. 1, 2, 3. It could be done with. It could be done. I said it would fail up here, like you would fail this. But I don't know if that's true. Your correction may be over. You just want, or distribution. High, new high, new high. It would still look something like this, though. And you got probably some summertime fear down here you'd have to take care of, but I like the stock. I like it a lot now. I liked it down below too. I charted it out for that move higher. So generally speaking, I like Lulu. I've have family. Right, my wife is on the phone with them as they're there. I do have family, and I've got family in Fremont. I've got family in San Francisco. They are evacuating right now. My wife keeps updating me on the phone. They're fleeing right now. They live right on the fucking bay. Thank you for saying something. I appreciate it. Thanks, Futures Trader, brother. How you been, my brother? Good to see you. Futures Trader 87 saying that buoys are triggering for the tsunami right now. So if you are just joining us right now, if you have any family, friends, and they don't know and they live on the coast of Northern California, in any of the Bay Area or Southern Oregon, they should be evacuating Santa Cruz, any of that area. Please do not trust tsunamis to not come inland and wash your ass away. They are very fucking dangerous. So there was a quake in Alaska, then there was a quake in Hawaii, and then there were multiple quakes in California. I want to say about 8 or 9 quakes off the coast. 7.3 is the last reading that I saw. There were multiple, not just one. The PTWC just said that the tsunami threat from California earthquake has now passed. I don't know if that's true or not. No. So they work in Fremont. And then I've got family with houses in San Fran. They've got all inside the Bay Area. They're looking for flooding. Inside of the actual bay itself. No shit. Why are they coming back to shore? Shouldn't they just be out? Shouldn't they be going farther out? I always thought that if you were in a boat, that if there's a tsunami, that you head out to sea. There's sirens going off right now. Yeah, I'm a sailor. I sail. Gave my boat away, but I don't sail right now, but I do sail. That's what I was always told, that you head out to sea. Same thing with hurricanes. If you can't get into like a mangrove or tied down somewhere, you head out to sea, believe it or not. That sounds crazy, but times right now. Oh, I want to buy this real bad. I'm with Shaq. If you're out there, they keep compressing this price down and down and down here, brother. I want to see him squeeze out these fucking bears. I'm getting like mixed reports there. There's people in the stream that are in San Francisco right now saying that they're counter to some of the reports coming out that the threat is passed. There's some panic, not panic, but you know. Yeah, that's what I just heard too, that the tsunami warning was canceled, but there are people in the stream that are in San Francisco that say that there are warning sirens going off. People evacuating. There's boats coming back in or heading back in right now. Maybe that's why, because of the tsunami warning is over. Some crazy ass shit. Tsunami is not to be fucked with. Not only tsunamis, but like there's like shit like hold on here. I want to get rid of this so I can see it. Put that back over there. Minute off. Like freaks of nature. That stuff always scares the shit out of me. Stuff that you have like no control over. Whenever I see like the icebergs break off and the guys are in their boats, they're like, oh, it's not so bad. There was a volcano that erupted recently. But I mean, not too recently, but like maybe the past 5 years. And there were some, I don't remember where it was, but there were tourists on the island or something, and they fucking didn't think anything of it. A whole bunch of tourists got burned and shit on a volcanic island. Matter of fact, I think Delos visited that island once. A little bit of weakness now down to the hourly trigger on SPY. Q's on a cliff. Local support on SPX is 6075. Q's looking like it's on a cliff. IWM looking weak as well. DIA looking weak. Waves. Waves used to scare. I got my father. I went out fishing with my father once, and he sunk our boat. It was a triple hull that was stuffed with foam, so we were fine. It wasn't going to actually sink. But we had to call the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard towed us in. That was the most scared I've ever been. I couldn't see over the waves either. You'd like the waves were like cresting over our line of sight. My mom fucking was so mad at my dad. I'm not really afraid of the ocean. I got caught in a fucking. I've had all kinds of. Well, I got more stories. I got caught in a rip current once on Martha's Vineyard. I was swimming on Martha's Vineyard, and I got caught in a rip current. My wife was with me, and my brother was with me. My wife will never swim with me ever again in the ocean. That's a true story. We got pulled out like 3 miles, but we were fine. I was more afraid of being eaten by a shark, to be honest with you. I was afraid I was going to get eaten, not die in the rip current. What other horrible stories do I have about the ocean or the water? I fell in my pool once in the wintertime. My fucking dad, dude's like was trying to kill me or something. He sent me out once to dig leaves out of the pool and break the ice on the top and get the leaves out. And it was like dead of winter. It wasn't dead of winter. It was probably November or something, November, December. But that fucking water was like 30 degrees. I fell in. I was digging out leaves and I fell in the fucking water. Oh, fuck, I was cold. I like dragged myself up I lost all my breath, dragged myself up to the edge and hucked myself over the side. And I couldn't catch my breath and I was going hypothermic. And my mom saw me laying soaking wet in the side of the pool. So my dad came running outside, grabbed me, brings me inside, and rips all my clothes off me. But I think my sister had her friends there and shit. That's a true story. Oh boy. But my wife's aunt, now she owned a large yacht. She owned like a 50-foot, 45, 50-foot yacht. And she was on a milk run. She was sailing around the world. And she got her leg caught in an anchor line, like a snubber line. And like the snubber was like the anchor chain was out, the rope was there, and like the snubber was like caught up in it or something. And as the chain was going down with the rope, like the snubber like pulled her into the rope and dragged her down with the chain. And she went down like 25, 30 feet, 40 feet, no idea, just dragged straight down. And she stopped sailing. She hasn't sailed since. They actually sold the boat. She said it was the most frightened she's ever been in her life. And she quit sailing. That's a true story too. She said that she didn't know, or she always knew that it was dangerous to sail on the open ocean, but that she had never realized it until that moment, how dangerous it actually was. Are we going to squeeze this shit or what? Should I get some zero dates here? What time is it? 3:06. They've worn all these calls down. 608s are 9 cents, dude. $0.10. The condor. That's what I wanted. Oh, that's what I want to do if I ever get the fucking chance. If my kids ever fucking leave, I would like if I had one thing I want to do in life. If I had like one thing I would do for myself, I would sail the world one time, one trip around the world. If there was like one thing, if there was one thing in my life I want to do before I die, it would be sail around the world. There's this guy right now. So I don't really like the YouTube sailing channels. They've turned into a bunch of like, I don't know, they're selling Ginsu knives and shit. Like they're like, I don't know what's going on with sailing channels on YouTube, but there's one guy, his name's Sam Holmes. Sam Holmes, HOLMES. Check that guy out. He's like sailing up a river in Nambia right now in Africa. It's badass what he's doing. And he like he's a solo sailor too. And he got into hold on a second here. Sorry, I'm just getting an update on my family. Check out Sam Holmes right now. This guy's like, he's sailed some crazy shit. He sailed down to like Key West with a couple of coolers at one time or something like that. And I think he was gonna die or something. I think he's got like either an intestinal problem or something. He's got something that's like life threatening. So he sails like he doesn't have another day to live. And check this guy out. His name's Sam Holmes. And he's solo sailing right now in Africa. And he's got into a fight with some fishermen the other day. And I thought it was great. I was like, this guy doesn't give a flying fuck about anything. I was like, this guy does his own, he flies his own flag, basically. And check him out, Sam Holmes. But if I could do one thing in my life, I'd probably do that. I wanted to go to Mars when Elon Musk announced that. I applied. I did. I applied to go to Mars. I did. I talked to my wife about it. I was like, I'm gonna fucking apply to go to Mars. I want to go there. I would do that. I would go to Mars, even if I knew I wasn't coming back. I would go. Something like that is, you can't pass that up. I couldn't pass that up. I don't think you could buy that experience, so I would do it. But if I had one like tangible thing I could probably do, it'd be sail around the world once. I would fucking love that shit. I would. That's what I find enjoyable. My wife doesn't find that stuff enjoyable. She's the type of person that would sail it only if it was a catamaran and we stayed in hotels everywhere we went and shit like that. I'd be sleeping on the fucking boat, sleeping on the beach. Yeah, if I could do one thing, I would be sail around the world. I have kids. I have responsibilities. I have to take care of my family and stuff. I got kids in school. I got life in front of me right now. That's right, Freakmont, baby. But I would do it in a minute. Are they going to touch this hourly trigger down here? Is that what they want? They really want to touch the hot wire down here? They want to touch the third rail? It seems like they want to really bad. They're like, we want to touch it right there. We just want to touch the 4 hour. Please let us touch the 4 hour. They really want that bar down there. Yeah, they want to hit that 606 real bad. They're trying. They got the new low over here too, so be careful. They got a new low on at 3 p.m. It's 3:12 right now. So if you guys are just joining us, any of you that are just joining us, the brief from last night is still good to go. We didn't get quite the down move in pre-market, but we did get some of it here. At 10:30 this morning, we had the fake out on the high here, but they did get the high finally later in the afternoon, and we're beginning to make our way down now for the expected low from NFP into tomorrow. Expected 604. Yesterday it was 601. I trying to go here in the middle. But it's the range is anywhere like 604, 601, depending upon if you get a bad print or anything like that. This does open a doorway once NFP passes to trade up and through 6,100. There's an argument that could be made, or there's an argument for next week that there's an argument that could be made if you were an option seller that you'd want to pin the market down into next week and try to keep us under 6,100 into OPEX. So you've got like next week would be the 9th to the 13th. And then you could get that volatility into OPEX week to get back up and through. But they could do it sooner than later. So don't feel like they can't do that now. Like front run OPEX now, they could do that easily. So don't like how do I say it? Don't The danger is to the upside, not to the downside. I should make it clear. The danger is actually to the upside, not to the downside. Especially after NFP passes, if it's a good print, the door up above 6,100 can easily open. So be careful. How do I rephrase that for a bull? Hope and pray you can get down to 601, 604 to buy a dip to go higher. Is the way to interpret that. That you get the chance to get some exposure to the upside into the end of month. Now, I've got exposure myself long for January 17th that I'm trying to close out the 18th of December or the 31st of December. I've got spreads and calls on right now. So if we go any lower, if we can get down to 601 or something, I'll get really bulled up and add more. But until then, I'm just kind of like, doing nothing. So what else? I think that's it. That's all I got to say for expectations into tomorrow. Just be careful of what I just warned you, though. Once that NFP passes, we can easily break through that 6,100 on SPX. So be careful if you're a bear with drinking the Kool-Aid tomorrow or even over the weekend. I'm going to read a couple things to you right now. So give me just a quick second here. I'm going to read some stuff to you. This is coming to the end of the day here. I'm going to post for you right now the JP Morgan's reaction function for NFP tomorrow. So if you're looking for now, these reaction functions, I would only use these as a guideline. But that reaction function does discuss also NFP and its impact tomorrow. So you do want to read through this thing because it does tell you who, why, what, and whatever. I'm not going to read it on the stream to people. Discord, you can read it. Do I have that in the market chat? Yeah, I did. I put that in the market chat. I'm also going to show you SPX rolls. Calls have been rolled higher. From 6,100 to 60, from 6,100 to 62 and 6,300. So there's a chart for that one. 6,100 was the favorite roll destination in November. Now it is 6,200 and 6,300. Check this really quick. SPY trading down into the hourly trigger and 4-hour. Gap at 606.62 currently. Traders were busy this morning rolling their contracts higher to between 61 and 6,300 is in high demand. The call wall at 6,100 is a massive hurdle which nobody will dare to challenge today. We will likely see a consolidation pin scenario playing out until NFP. The spot versus gamma chart is interesting and shows that despite a relatively large GEX position of 1125 million, we are still just in the middle of the slope, and max gamma is located at 6,200. The market clearly wants to see this level as soon as possible, but first NFP needs to get cleared, and depending on how favorable the print comes in, also OpX. So you're waiting for NFP and possibly even OpX. So if you've got a good NFP, we can possibly break through it. But you also have OpX ahead. I put that in the brief last night, that you'll see option sellers want to see us pin below 6,100 into OpX. So you could see like a sideways and drift down into early or late next week, and then the ramp up and break out and through 6,100, possibly as late as OpX, which is we got expiration OpX, and we've got Jerome Powell and all that kind of shit wrapped up in 17th, 18th, 9th, or 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th. DivX, all that kind of stuff. $321. Just got to kick out the Robinhood traders. I think the inauguration is the 20th, but there's not a strike for the 20th. You watched him sail to Hawaii? Yeah, he's a badass sailor. He's one of my favorite sailors out there. I'd learn to sail with him. I'd spend some time sailing with that guy. He's really good at what he does. I think the inauguration is on the 20th, isn't it? Hold on here, let me check. Yeah, January 20th. I got that right. God damn, you guys freak me out. Have me second guessing myself. It's always on the 20th. Get me panicking over here. $30-minute trigger crossing up into local support on 60.75 on SPX. Q parked on a cliff, ready to crash. IWM looking sickly into the close. DIA looking sickly into the close. VIX 9-day looking kind of bullish. It's almost bottoming. VIX 9-day almost bottoming. Or at least on velocity it is. HYG looks like it wants to roll down and over. It's got a lot of supply above and overhead. Dixie coming down into its daily trigger at 105.716. Looks like it wants to fall off a cliff. TNX coming into its weekly trigger. Rotation into TLT and out of SPOOs. Note that when we rotate out of SPOOs will roll down and TLT will moon. TLT right now looking very bullish. Gold weak right now. Bitcoin with a doom candle on it right now. Big fat red candle on a daily chart. Tesla still pumping. Five minutes till 3:30. S1 on SPY is at 605.76. Hourly trigger was just tagged 606.67. SPX still has not touched 6075. It's just trading 607715. We could get more downside here below the hourly trigger. SPX trading down into 607606 on the half-hour trigger. 3:30 had the touch on the 4-hour at 606.62. SPY holding hourly trigger at the moment. SPX testing its 30-minute trigger currently. Just above known support on SPX Gamma. Q's trading its hourly trigger right now. IWM still at its same place. No real death and destruction yet. DIA still looking weak. Dixie losing ground, trying to break through its daily trigger. SPY below intraday pivot points. That's negative gamma on 0 dates. SPY pounding, trying to get through the 4-hour trigger, or the 4-hour marker, and the hourly trigger right now. Huge drop down here. 605.79, 605.60. Four-hour holding right now. SPY now squeezing. I'm going to try to trap us in right here. It's a key point right here at 607.24. Come on, baby. Dixie holding on to its daily trigger. SPX ricocheting off its half-hour trigger. Q's ricocheting off its hourly trigger. IWM holding on. DIA holding on with dear life. They actually got a new low. VIX 9-day bullish. TNX doing nothing. You're going to know if we blood this right in here. You're going to find out if we blood this close or if we squeeze up into the bell. I'm going to find out here in just a few moments. It's kind of like the do or die for spoos here. Squeeze them all out into the close. Squeeze them all out into the close. I'm going to find out right now. Just dealers like, no. $3:38. 22 minutes left till 4 p.m. Oh, I'm just waiting for this to squeeze. Just waiting for this squeeze right now. Come on, baby, you can do it. Don't give him the close. Oh, oh. Don't give him the close. Ruh-roh. I think Bob in the basement, he's just like, sell, 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 sell. I got spreads. Must hold market into the 20th, my only job. Oh, pay me my motherfucking money. Pay me my motherfucking money. Just do it. Do not fuck me here. What else I got for you guys? Can't stand staring at it anymore. I will name a new PM within days. Macron. U.S. equity market concentration stays particularly high relative to history. Yeah, I saw that yesterday. Someone else was talking about that yesterday. Short squeezes can't carry on forever. Market euphoria looks right around the corner. And they are going to fucking pin this right in. They're not going to pay me. Now I'm back down to 2 cents. It's not a ton of fucking money, but I was hoping for a squeeze here into the bell. They're going to pin us right into this bell. They're going to try to hem us right in here. They can let us go here, but they can't let us go above. Like, we're kind of like dealers have us pinned in. Like, we can't go any higher than right there. There may be markings that are burnished in. In the wood under the drawers or concealed in the body or underneath the piece. God fucking damn it. But we're back to 3 again. Get up there, you motherfucker. Get up there! Jesus Christ! They're like, do you want to take the loss for 3 cents? I'm like, no, I don't want to take the fucking loss for 3 cents. Pay me my fucking money. Fucking A. Send it. Send it. I don't care. Fucking send it to 415. Send it. Squeeze these fucks out. We already know it's going to drop into tomorrow morning. We already know. We get it. We know it's going down tomorrow morning. Squeeze them out before we do. God damn. So annoying. Yeah, I'm buying like penny fucking 100 packs of penny fucking calls here. I'm looking for like a squeeze up into the bell so squeeze all these fucks out. We already know we're going down. I'm trying to fucking arbitrage here in the background, and it's not working. They're fucking pinning us right in right now. They don't want to pay this right here. They don't want to pay 0.8 up here. So they don't want to pay this unless it's fucking to 0. They'll pay it like 4 o'clock, 4:05 or something, but not right now. They don't want to. They're gonna try to pin this shit all the way in here until the bell. God damn it. I'm talking to this lady. I'm trying to buy a in the Midwest. So in the Midwestern United States, right? Mid-century modern furniture is prevalent here. So you can find really nice shit that you could like you'd pay like triple for it anywhere else in the country. And I'm trying to buy a bureau right now, this gorgeous mid-century bureau from 1968 or something. And it needs work, though. It probably needs like $500 worth of work done to it. And she doesn't have the label. She's got a label from where it was sold from, but not the actual manufacturer. And I gave her like a really low bottom price. But I feel bad, so I just retexted her and told her that if she could find the actual maker, I'd be willing to pay more for it. She sent me a photo of the dealer that sold it, but that wasn't who the manufacturer was, so I don't know who manufactured this thing. It's beautiful, though. It's been worn, though. It's worn out. It needs a lot of, like, the inlay.
1 minute till we get the market on close imbalance.
It's going to need to be restored. So I was like, look, it's going to cost me like $500 to restore this thing. And you don't know who the maker is. So I'm like, can you just start searching for a maker on this thing and see if it's even worth any money anyways?
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Use Pro.
That's what I'm talking
for
to in the
a year's
background
worth of our
on the phone.
service
While the
for
phone
the
keeps
price
dinging.
of 1 month and save 92%.
God damn these fucks. I fucking hate dealers. Man, I'm telling you what, before the rise of zero dates, it was literally
So taking
February
a
or
look at the market on close
March
data,
of
S&P 500 a buy
22
side of 85 million, Nasdaq
when
100 a buy
arbitrage
side of
died.
544 million, Dow 30 a sell side of 232 million, and the Mag 7 a buy side of
I
290
want to say
million.
February or March of 2022 is when arbitrage died. You can make a lot of money on zero dates directionally, but the end of day stuff, there ain't nothing like that anymore. Shit's over. Too many millions of fucking zero dates traded every day. MOC imbalance, S&P 500 plus 85 million, NASDAQ plus 545 million, Dow minus 230 million. Dow doesn't look healthy at all. Mag 7 plus 290 million. I'm going to get taken for a ride here. I'm going to leave them on to the end, to the bitter fucking end. I ain't fucking selling. It's not a ton of money. Can't really complain here. Couple grand. All right. So if you're just joining us, The brief from last night is still good. Nothing has changed. If you're looking for what to expect into tomorrow, we followed trend fairly close, right up there, down again. We have expectations of a big downside move into the NFP and unemployment print. I would expect 605 here, or 604 would be what I'd like to see. But if we could get down to 601, if we get a bad print, that would be appreciated. But with the close that we had on Tuesday here, kind of closed the door on that over here. Is this? Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, this is the Tuesday, or excuse me, Wednesday close. This Wednesday close right here. Right into right here, kind of close the door on 601. But I would still love to see that downside move here to 601 all the way down here. Is what I'd really like to see. I don't know if we can get it though. I would like rein in expectations to 04 for a low into tomorrow at 9:30 for the NFP print. If you were inside the Discord, I left you a reaction function of what to expect depending upon the print tomorrow morning. So you should be good to go into the close. They're pinning this shit right in. They're not going to let it fucking move. I think that's all I got. And for tomorrow, I think that's all I've got. We don't have any other stuff. We've got like Michigan consumer sentiment at 10, and then there's no real relevant news until next Wednesday, CPI. Wednesday morning we got CPI. Outside of that, if we get a good print tomorrow, we may not get down to even 604. That's it, or 604. If we get a kick-ass print tomorrow, they're going to rip the fuck out of this market to the upside, an attempt to break through 610, 6100. So watch that print closely in the morning. If you know David AMS and the ICT guys, those guys tend not to trade that stuff because of how wild the market can get. So if you're bearish or bullish, I want to warn you before you get to NFP tomorrow that the market can trap you where if you're like bearish or you're a bull, you're bearish and you get run the fuck over to the upside, or you're bullish and you get run the fuck over to the downside. It can be better for you to trade the reaction of NFP and unemployment. If you get a bullish NFP and they moon this fucking thing in the morning, you can trade the other side of it. If it's bearish and we blast down to the depths of hell, you can always trade the bottom of it rather than get caught in it trying to like have a crystal fucking ball and guessing which way we're going on NFP tomorrow. If you want what I think is going to happen into tomorrow's NFP, I think we go down. I think we trade 604 and possibly even 601, though that's a long shot. It's like a 15% chance we trade 601, 30% chance that we trade 604 into tomorrow. I don't like that we're selling down right now either directly into the close. It leads me to believe that they just cleaned me out. It leads me to believe that it's going to be bullish. I don't like selling down like this into closes for NFP at all. It leads me to think that we're going to squeeze tomorrow. If we were trading up into it, I'd be like, yeah, we're going to have a bearish or a negative print. Though some of the jobs numbers are very soft right now. They're coming in soft. Some of the data that's coming out right now is not looking too good. So, what does that mean for tomorrow? If you don't have a crystal ball, be careful. Be very careful tomorrow. There's no way to predict how the reaction is going to be. Trade the reaction on NFP. 5 minutes left into the bell right now. Trading 606.62, trying to slip us underneath so that we can get into after hours and trade lower. And you'll see this after the bell. We'll try to keep sneaking it down lower and lower and lower in a low volume environment. Trading 606.42 right now. SPX trading below support at 6075. Qs going back to test its hourly trigger once again. IWM trading down to its last known real buyers at 238 currently. It's pre-market low from Tuesday, or no, excuse me. Yeah, Tuesday morning, I believe. Wednesday morning. Pre-markets. Dow Jones Industrial Average looks terrible. VIX 9-day velocity is beginning to turn up. HYG looking weak as all fuck right now. Dixie holding support right now on its daily trigger. That's kind of bullish. But if it breaks below its daily trigger, that's bearish. TNX not doing too much. TLT looking sexy as all hell. Not too much movement in gold. Bitcoin had a really red, nasty death candle on it earlier, but it's turning green once again. Tesla, a little bit weak right now into the close on a 4-hour basis. Checking on an hourly basis. Looks like it wants to come back down and stab again. If you are looking for a dip to buy on Tesla, you may want to be looking lower. 346 or so on Tesla as it stabs its way through resistance at 379, 380, 390, and then 400. Doom, baby, into the bell. Trading 606, hoping to trade 604 into tomorrow's open right down here. 604, 604.37. My calls are dead. Dead. They were like, fuck you up here. They were like, no fucking way are we paying that. Take the 3 cents. I'm like, nope. Fuck you, no. Well, actually, it wouldn't even be 3. It'd be 2 cents. That was what they would give me. No fucking point. I bought them at, I think, 9 cents. Then I bought another 100 pack at 4 cents. And they just torched them. Torched them. Bought them here, bought them over here. I think here I bought them. They went up, sold them down, bought them again. They went up and then down to shit. Man, I want to buy some fucking 0 dates again for the close for tomorrow, for the open. See, now I'm getting fucking greedy here. What are 1 dates costing for tomorrow? $1.30 fucking 4? God damn. Like, look at calls for tomorrow. 610s are 31 cents. 607s are $1.37 into the bell right now. They are fucking not giving shit away for free right now. Are you shitting me? How much are 100 of these? $3,000? That's fucking ridiculous. $3,000 for 610Cs for tomorrow? That's fucking ridiculous. Now they're $3,300, $3,400. I can't fucking spend that money on 0 dates for tomorrow. No fucking way. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. There'll be no brief tonight because it's the same brief. Everything's been trading exactly where it should be trading. No other brief for tomorrow morning. So I'll see you guys all tomorrow at 9:30 in